Bamboozled out of body. B.O.O.B. One of my dumber out-of-body experiences. A major transition for my personal obnoxious spiritual journey happened after a quick out-of-body experience, though it did not fully register with me as I was performing some intense mental gymnastics internally over it for weeks. I was doing my daily meditation and casually attempting to eject my soul from my underappreciated sweet bod. For the longest time, I had wanted to spend one sesh astrally slithering through my house to find my handsome and cool roommate slash homie AJ's high ages. Hey, wait just a minute, that's me. So I could try interacting with his material bod, no homo, and see if he sensed my presence, 'cause I kept telling him, any day now I'm gonna transmute into a ghost while not dead and haunt you, so let me know when you feel haunted, bro. And I didn't want to look like a liar or a psychopath. So one day I wiggle out my bod and dive right through the floor, where I get weird upstairs, and I fall into his room, where I see him playing video games, intensely locked in. I start telepathically giggling as I go in and out through his body, which, looking back on it, sounds a bit rapey, and if it wasn't for the following, I would agree and turn myself into astral prison, of course. There was no traces of ectoplasm anyway, so it would be hard to prove in court, luckily. But as I'm doing this, I am watching his screen and back, seeing details that are indistinguishable from reality, and found myself disappointed with his lack of attention, but hoping maybe he perceived something. I dive back up into my bod and immediately rush downstairs to ask, hey, did you feel anything weird going in and out of your body, bro? Did you hear any ghost giggling, perhaps? But when I open his door, that motherfucker ain't even home. I had no idea he was gone, and I was freaking out because I totally saw every detail of him and his video game with nothing seeming unnatural. My internal monologue was becoming paranoid and sweaty. I researched to find whatever bullshit excuse there could be and came across thought form, damage control logic, saying due to my subconscious assumption that he was home and desire to see him, I manifested what I wanted. Apparently the real-world overlay we access before traversing other realms in the astral can seamlessly embed these subconscious thought forms, despite the rest of the world being a copy and paste for the most part. But at the time, my donkey brain embedded it to my evolving cosmology, though the seed of distrust was officially planted in very good soil, in an ideally mild climate. Anyways, I'm writing this mostly because I see and know so many new ages out there, many who only lightly indulge in educating themselves on the deeper aspects, such as psychic ability, witchcraft, etc. Most do not have an understanding of the source of their belief system, and how it's exclusively from many sources of channeled entities via occult practitioners. Hardly anyone reads many adjacent sources due to an apathetic or casual involvement, which I get, because then people will call you a nerd, which is painful if you give a shit. But I always wanted to be right as opposed to fit in, a blessing and a curse for sure. Truth always seemed cool and awesome, and I knew whatever it was would be beneficial to understand. So I read a ton of demonic bullshit until the inconsistencies stacked up and became unavoidable. If you're one of those well-intentioned fools, or even of the more dangerously retarded variety, such as atheism and faith in institutions, I'm writing this in attempt to evangelize and save your eternally doomed soul dog. Nothing weird. Overview of what will be covered. In this chapter, I will be getting aggressively more bombastic and ridiculous due a lack of self-control, but just as much due to the content ramping up in undeniable deranged absurdity. For the uninitiated, I should give a quick overview of some core aspects of astral travel that will be covered throughout. I'll be focusing on breaking down the lore with direct excerpts from the entirety of Robert Monroe's OOBE trilogy in order of events, since he is the most popular and probably insightful author in this field, followed by a breakdown of the lore from Kurt Leland's Otherwhere, who was a participant and contributor at Monroe Institute over many years, Robert's School for Psychic Training, but also alleged MK Ultra program involvement. After that, we will tie in some adjacent astral lore. Yet this chapter, if thoroughly done, could have been a series of long books if I chose to do so, pulling lore from more sources. Yet these few books cover pretty much all the bases and validate my theories plenty. Also, you'll notice I'm making an effort to make this chapter especially entertaining, goofy, and often a cringe read. But I literally don't have time to dissect and refine all the cringe. Like, I'm not joking, guys. I didn't have time to proofread the vast majority of the book, so I've decided to own it and bare my soul to you, O seeker of the hidden scrolls. Terms you should understand. Guides/helpers. Benevolent, higher order beings or aspects of consciousness that provided guidance, protection, and insight during his astral projections. Monroe believed these guides helped him navigate the non-physical realms, offering wisdom and facilitating his spiritual growth, though he remained cautious about their true nature, suggesting they could be manifestations of his higher self or external entities. Higher self/supermind. Your total multidimensional consciousness, a wise, integrated entity that includes all your lifetimes and experiences, guiding your growth. The higher self might be seen as the universal consciousness or intelligence that connects all I. Their entities, accessible through expanded states of awareness. Locale 1 is the physical world we know, experienced in a non-physical state, where familiar environments can be observed, but interaction is limited. Locale 2 encompasses a broader, non-physical dimension, including the astral plane, where thought forms, emotions, and entities, like deceased souls or spiritual beings, exist in realms shaped by consciousness, ranging from heavenly to hellish environments. Locale 3 is a parallel physical universe, described as an alternate Earth with different technological and cultural developments, where Monroe encountered a version of himself living a different life. Belief System Territory, BST. These thought-responsive environments, sometimes described as concentric rings or hazy bands surrounding the Earth, are collectively supposedly created and sustained by the shared vibrations, expectations, and beliefs of their inhabitants, including influences from living believers. They manifest as customized heavens, hells, or other realities matching religious, cultural, or personal ideologies, such as Christian paradises, Hindu realms, or even secular constructs. Souls may reside for extended periods, potentially thousands of years, often unaware they've died or trapped in loops until they evolve beyond rigid beliefs. Book 1. Journeys Out of the Body. Pre-O-O-B-E affirmation. Spirit beings recommended to Monroe to preface his out-of-body experiences with an affirmation or prayer shown below.
I am more than my physical body. Because I am more than physical matter, I can perceive that which is greater than the physical world. Therefore, I deeply desire to expand, to experience, to know, to understand, to control, to use such greater energies and energy systems as may be beneficial and constructive to me and to those who follow me. Also, I deeply desire the help and cooperation, the assistance, the understanding of those individuals whose wisdom, development, and experience are equal to or greater than my own. I ask their guidance and protection from any influence or any source that might provide me with less than my stated desires.
The legal framework here is so loose and open-ended that any spirit who wants to interact, you just got a clearly stated path to do so. This is the same affirmation that Monroe Institute tells its students of astral travel to recite before attempting an O.O.B.E. Specifically in Far Journeys, Monroe states that for many of these group explorer sessions, they could locate no intelligent life when projecting all across the solar system and even beyond many stars, searching for many years. Then a breakthrough occurred in 1974, which apparently took place in all of their explorers in the same few weeks, many of which never met each other, so cross-communication is ruled out. Monroe says it was suddenly as if a curtain had been lifted. Almost every time one of his explorers went out of body, they encountered intelligent beings who were very willing to communicate. He states that about 1/3 of the hundreds of hours of explorer communications have been channeled. The other 2/3 have been reported, conversations taking place in the astral. He clarifies that the only possible reason that could explain this massive change was their team ritually inserting the affirmation above into their pre-O.O.B.E. routine. Now that everyone involved is giving clear consent to any entity who wants it, the group as a whole can be used as conduits to push a consistent narrative about whatever is desired. Monroe records more of his conclusions about these friendly NHI, now having a larger pool of data, not relying purely on his own experiences, such as,
They can at will change the temperature of that visited human body. Notice how easily any potential anxieties or fears are overcome by simply a pattern of radiation emanating from strangers. Not only can they utilize the vocal cords and the breathing apparatus, but they have total access to the memory storage lodged in the individual. The entire history of humankind and Earth is available to them in the most minute detail, if needed.
Including these as a reminder of the control these beings not only have over our crafted visions they give us, but also our senses and emotional state. The implications are endless. Monroe clarifies that these NHI are doing all of these things not psychically, but with technology all of these various species have developed. Yet certain elements like telepathy are the norm in all of their cultures, leaving us as the odd ones out. He claims that all of their contacts have been benevolent and to predominantly educate us, expressing his eternal gratitude. Gentle but firm hands.
One of the greatest enigmas of this whole affair is that someone, or more than one, has been helping me from time to time in such experimentation. Perhaps they are with me every time, and I'm just not aware of them. I do not know who these helpers are or why they are helping me. They certainly do not seem to be guardian angels. Their assistance seems to be more of their choosing and deliberation than mine. They are rarely friendly, in the sense that we understand the term. The feeling of gentle but firm hands on each side of me was very strong. the same hands, turning me around to leave, much as one steers a blind person, could not have been more vivid.
Monroe is blind to their true nature, and they're steering him exactly where they want him to go while maintaining just enough helpfulness that he interprets their control as assistance. The fact that he explicitly states they certainly do not seem to be guardian angels is his intuition recognizing something's wrong. But rather than investigating why beings helping him aren't angelic, he accepts the anomaly and continues engaging them. Demons don't need to pretend to be perfectly benevolent if their target is willing to work with mysterious helpers who never claim to be angels. By being occasionally off-putting or intentionally enigmatic, they actually increase their credibility. Monroe trusts them more because they don't fit the too good to be true angel stereotype, making them seem like authentic, non-human intelligences, rather than recognizing them as manipulative entities using psychological profiling to appear trustworthy through strategic aloofness. The gentle but firm hands physically turning him around demonstrates these beings have the capability to interact with his out-of-body form in ways that feel completely real, again validating everything documented here about demons' mastery over consciousness and their ability to generate specific and relevant sensations indistinguishable from physical touch. Monroe is being handled, groomed, and directed by entities whose agenda he doesn't understand, and he's grateful for it. Supermind, take the wheel.
Your destination seems to be grounded completely within the framework of your innermost constant motivations, emotions, and desires. You may not consciously want to go there, but you have no choice. Your supermind, soul, is stronger and usually makes the decision for you.
Supermind is synonymous with the higher self concept. Here we have him again telling us that you don't have total self-control in the astral. Often your destination is completely chosen by this so-called higher self. Now, if this is an authentic entity connected to me, part of me, genuinely interested in guiding me on my best potential path, that lack of control in the astral would be totally okay with me, as I would not try to overpower its obviously better judgment. Even if that were possible, I would consent and be excited for whatever adventure or lesson waits for me. But if this isn't the being it claims to be, then this entire dynamic should instantly transform into nightmare fuel. Kurt Leland claims he was chosen to experience his tours in the astral so that he could write a book and spread the various knowledge and experiences they share with him. They also told Leland that his idol, Robert Monroe, was chosen the same way, mapping the astral to pave the way for any inspired humans. Are these chosen ones getting the same treatment as most other astral travelers? Or are they getting special treatment with a lot more world building and cosmology put into their experiences, because they know he is a willing conduit to spread their lore? When I tell people what I really think is going on here, they don't believe so effort will be put into one man to give him that many fabricated experiences. Yet he was very much worth it, as his books are estimated to have sold near 1 million copies, not counting resales. Think about how many people it inspired to go out of body themselves. It worked on my dumbass, and I'm not even that retarded. I don't have daughters, those are thought forms. Various creatures all believed to be subconscious manifestations, such as a rubbery, humanoid entity of subhuman intelligence who likes to climb on his back once he has gotten out of body. fish-like suckers that will sometimes attach to parts of his astral body. A large dog-like entity he has fought, and an invisible attacker without personality, but acutely aware of Monroe's weak spots. He speculates that such encounters have been the basis for various accounts of folkloric beings, demons, goblins, ect. He and other astral travelers suggest there is a metaphorical or symbolic origin of their presenting look and behavior, and there may be using the data the shapeshifters take from the experiencer.
Then, as I was trying to hold off the first, a second climbed on my back. Holding the first off with one hand, I reached back and yanked the second one off me and floated over into the center of the office, holding one in each hand, screaming for help. I got a good look at each, and as I looked, each turned into a facsimile of one of my two daughters. I seemed to know immediately that this was a deliberate camouflage on their part to create emotional confusion in me and call up my love for my daughters to prevent my doing anything more to harm them. The moment I realized the trick, the two no longer appeared to be my daughters. Desperate for a solution, I thought about fire, and this seemed to help a little. However, I got the impression that they were both amused, as if there was nothing I could do to harm them. By this time, I was sobbing for help.
This one is self-explanatory, but the following pages, which I don't feel the need to include, could use some additional commentary. What happens next is he is finally saved by a silent and robed man who grabs them off of him, and they instantly go limp while Monroe retreats back to his body. Classic good cop, bad cop scenario playing out on the astral theater stage. Now, if they want to send him an entity that he will trust in the future, they can use this figure, but obviously are not limited. Bob now believes there are protective forces watching over him, entities who will intervene when things get a bit too sloppy. He's been groomed to accept that some beings are hostile and others benevolent, never considering that both are demons coordinating the same agenda. After this event, he contemplates what happened, and decides this attack and many others are self-manifested thought forms, symbolic and subconscious representations of his fears, neither good or evil. Who knows if this idea was impressed upon him, likely, but it definitely is confirmed later to him by the more directly educational entities, aka the same team. This self-defeating rebranding is catastrophic to his street cred. Entities with autonomous intelligence, demonstrated shape-shifting ability, strategic emotional manipulation, and in coordinated rescue operations get reduced to projections of my subconscious. This attack wasn't meant to hurt him, but to spook him into submission to the immediately delivered anonymous hero figure. And Monroe passed their test by overdosing on belief and desire for contact, granting continued consent. Helping Hands / Bad Advice. In the chapter Angels and Archetypes of Monroe's first book, he recounts a handful of incidents in which he received help from non-physical beings. This help usually appeared in response to Monroe's intentional focused desire, consent, to accomplish something in the astral realm. Unseen hands would often propel him from one location to another. Occasionally, these hands would take him to visit a deceased friend. Several times they held a book before his eyes, riffled the pages, showed him the spine, and then opened it for him to read. Leland, discussing this in his book, Otherwhere, claims many of these hands likely belong to guides, as he has dealt with similar manhandling. But he is confused about why they are silent with him, when in his own experiences, guides are always explanatory and present themselves. He suspects that these helping hands are aiding in various travels that are difficult or impossible to go on otherwise. Often they are there helping pull the astral traveler out of their body in the first place. Something I have absolutely had this happen to me when trying to go out of body, as well as many times I had no intention to. For some reason, almost every time I used to nap during a certain phase in my life. This phase was when I went full retard and to the advice found in the Seth material, who I really wanted to trust because we had the same name, classic narcissism. He claimed humans don't need 7 to 8 hours of sleep at all, but can function better off of 4 to 5 with a few naps a week tops. He said this routine would also aid the astral traveler in getting out of body much easier. This same advice was given to Monroe. I said hell yeah. I always hated the idea of sleeping because I wanted to do weird shit all day, like ejecting my soul out of my body and read really hard to obtain esoteric books, which is exactly what I did with this routine for a few weeks straight. It immediately made my mediations much deeper, thus dissociative, and my focus during reading mid at best, defeating the purpose of hyperproductivity. But holy shit, did it help me get out of body. When I was exhausted and genuinely wanted a nap, I would try to take one, and unintentionally be pulled out of my body within 10 minutes, without the typical energy work and focused intent usually required. That's largely because I was already granting consent with this very intentional, ritualistic sleep schedule recommended by Dweebs. I thought it was cool for a bit, though consistently not present, hijacked, and not liking myself very much. Uncommon for me. What made me give up on my silly new schedule was one day I get pulled out of my body very abruptly on the way to sleep during a nap, feeling hands on me that felt very physical, whole body vibrating 0 to 100. I try forcing myself back into my body before I get anywhere, and the hands grip and pull harder. I attempt to ground myself by getting up physically, but I'm now frozen in full sleep paralysis, looking around my dojo, internally sweating. I start to hear 2 creepy, angry dudes in my ears, either arguing or roasting me, and I can't remember what they said, but they were definitely annoyed and giving off rapey vibes, and at a time when this idea was newer to me. I call on the name of Jesus, and they vanish. It felt instinctual and aided for sure. This was another moment for me where I said to myself, hey, what the shit is going on? That was mega lame. While not my first or last demonic encounter, I had never heard voices in my head like a full friggin' schizo, and that was alarming, and enough to make me sleep like a normal human again. Thank for nothing, Seth. Locale. 3. Possession of a bizarro world doppelganger. Monroe details his experiences in what he calls Locale 3, where habits and customs are not like ours. From what investigating Bob, I'm just going to call Robert Monroe Bob now, by the way, it's more silly aesthetically, had done, it was implied that this realm had a historical background with different events, names, places, and dates. Yet the stage of man's evolution seemed to be identical.
The scientific development is inconsistent. There are no electrical devices whatsoever, lights, telephones, radio, not any form of electric power. No internal combustion gasoline or oil were found as power sources, yet mechanical power is used. Their cars run on steam engines, are made of wood, differently shaped than ours, twice as large on average, lanes double in size, all moving about 15 to 20 miles per hour,
After deciding to dedicate more time into exploring this alternate realm, he soon runs into what can only be described as the I who lives there, Bob's locale 3 doppelganger. As soon as he encountered his body double, he involuntarily merged his consciousness, but in reality possessed him, leaving other Bob with amnesia regarding his situation, a temporary blacking out. Real Bob believes this happened simply because it was bound to, because of their similarities, whether it was truly a Bob or not. Are you not worried Bob too will come into your realm and possess you? You believe in karma, right? Bob 1 claims that this possession of Bob 2 began to become automatic any time he traveled there, despite his conscious desires to avoid it. He says there was no awareness of Bob 2's mental presence when he was in him, a total possession as opposed to partial, and when he left his body, Bob 2 remembered nothing. While possessing Bob 2, Bob 1 said his knowledge of him and his life was fully accessible via his own memory banks. He could feel the emotional patterns of his past, yet maintained a conscious observer mentality. Is this demonic attachment's POV with humans, not identifying as Bob 2? Why would he, after all? Bob 1 is doing great. Look at him go, possessing alternate dimension selves for fun. Bob 1 then tells us of Bob 2's sad life as a frustrated peasant, trying to marry a rich woman that doesn't care for him too much, but he's good with her kid, so compromises. After many repeated visits and possessions, Bob 1 just so happens to be taking over at relatively important moments of their relationship, where he doesn't know how to act natural, and upsets Bob 2's sugar mama somehow. On a later visit, he realizes they are no longer together, and Bob 2 finally convinces his ex-lady to meet up and potentially give things a second chance. Bob 1 just happens to take over, just as Bob 2 is on the way to meet her, at her address she gave him. Bob 1 lost or forgot the address and ruined Bob 2's last chance to get laid. These multiverse corroborating astral travel testimonies are not exclusive to Bob 1, as there were a number of pre-Bob multiverse influencers, crafting the lore into the culture long before theoretical scientists tried popularizing it. Our man Emanuel Swedenborg is one in his book, Earths in Our Solar System. He described astral traveling to other Earths or planets inhabited by spirits and angels with societies that mirror Earth, but diverge in customs, appearances, and ways of life. Though the earliest traces I could find were in the Hindu texts, Yoga Vasista, pre-1000 CE, where the subtle body explores inner or cosmic worlds that can resemble Earth, but with spiritual variations. But a few other astral travelers of the modern era detail their experiences in these apparent alt dimensions, such as Jorgen Zeuer and William Bullman, neither of which claimed possession of a doppelganger or any of the traits regarding cars and electricity of Monroe's, but did say they merged consciousness with various individuals of these realms. Totally regular and chill dudes, of course. If I had to brainstorm on what purpose this alternative reality would serve from a disinformation perspective, I would assume just the idea of an alternate reality existing would give some anecdotal legitimacy to multiverse/many worlds theory. Though these theories propose infinite, or at least a substantially large number of alternate realities, Monroe only found one in his many travels. If infinite universes exist with varying outcomes, it could complicate core doctrines, meaning versions of humanity might exist where sin never occurred, or where Christ dies repeatedly, contradicting Hebrews 9:28. Christ offered once to bear the sins of many. This is seen as diminishing the uniqueness of God's plan for salvation in this world. Semantically, you could argue these verses only apply to the universe they occurred in, and while I hate that argument that I just thought of, it's a somewhat reasonable and equally unprovable comeback. All I know for sure is that our universe and the major events taking place are not random and often orchestrated by various NHI at the source. There is meaning and a divine plan clearly involved to anyone with eyes to see. Multiverse theory is seen as an invention to explain the universe's fine-tuning for life without a designer, attributing it to chance across infinite universes rather than divine purpose. Astral orgy, a.k.a. the Pale and the Crab Walkers. 100BE, Bob took place after he clarified that overwhelming sexual desire rose up in him, which is technically not uncommon, but this time he instantly found himself standing a few feet away from an enormous pile of writhing forms. He stepped back and scanned left to right and above, seeing no end. It reminded him of huge fishing worms in a barrel. Thousands upon thousands slobbing on each other's knobs, achieving no real satisfaction. It took him a moment to register that these were actually human forms of discarnates. After questioning to himself if he wants to join in this astral orgy, he decides to lie and tell us he only cucked them. Sure, Bob won. I believe you. And so does your wife. He says that he grabbed one guy by his foot, and pulls him out. This sweaty perv laid on his belly, arms and legs moving all crab-like, attempting to shamelessly pull himself back into the glorious pile, seemingly oblivious to Bob one yanking on his metaphysical man-meat. Bob is shouting at the sex crab soul and even yells that the cops is busting this joint, only slightly altered for comedic effect. Yet no response. Sex crab man in zombie mode, as the youngsters would say. Bob then goes on to say this was of the milder variety that may be encountered in the intermediate post-physical areas. Is this a genuine realm filled with thousands, tens to hundreds of thousands implied, of sweaty flesh-addicted ghosts enslaved by their unending desire? I'm not saying we don't have the numbers on Earth to fill that quota 20-fold, because I have eyeballs, of course. But I don't understand how this is compatible with its own and adjacent cosmologies. Obviously, Monroe's closest guides are using him as a vessel to world-build this massive, complex, and layered reality, which may be true to some degree. But due to the details of this case, which I barely paraphrased, I can see how the pile serves multiple strategic purposes. It establishes the existence of lower astral realms, populated by souls enslaved to squishy desires, which reinforces reincarnation theology. These souls are stuck until they evolve past carnal attachment, and creates hierarchy of spiritual evolution. Second, it functions as morality play. Look what happens when you don't transcend physical desires. Programming Monroe with fear-based motivation to pursue his current path and avoid becoming one of the crab people lost in the masses. If these are genuinely discarnate humans trapped in endless sex crimes, why are they zombified and unresponsive to external stimuli? Monroe yanks one out, yells at him, even threatens police intervention, and the guy just crab walks back toward the pile in complete oblivion. This isn't behavior of conscious entity enslaved by desire. It's behavior of NPC in a simulation, programmed to perform specific actions without actual awareness. If demons wanted to create the appearance of thousands of flesh-addicted souls to validate their afterlife cosmology, they'd generate exactly this. A writhing mass with no individual consciousness, unresponsive to interaction, existing purely as visual spectacle to impress upon Monroe that lower realms are populated by regressed souls stuck in dumb loops. The fact that Bob admits this is the milder variety suggests the entity showed him progressively disturbing content to desensitize him and establish their authority as guides, protecting him from worse encounters. Classic grooming. Expose the target to controlled horror to make them dependent on you for navigation and safety. Planting the seeds of Gnosticism.
I was lying in the north-south position when I suddenly felt bathed in and transfixed by a very powerful beam that seemed to come from the north, about 30 degrees above the horizon. I was completely powerless, with no will of my own, and I felt as if I were in the presence of a very strong force, in personal contact with it. It had intelligence of a form beyond my comprehension, and it came directly down the beam into my head, and seemed to be searching every memory in my mind. I was truly frightened because I was powerless to do anything about this intrusion. This intelligent force entered my head just above the forehead and offered no calming thoughts or words. It was looking impersonally, hurriedly, and definitely for something specific in my mind. 1 week later, the same impersonal probing, the same power, from the same angle. However, this time I received the firm impression that I was inextricably bound by loyalty to this intelligent force, always had been, and that I had a job to perform here on Earth. It is an impersonal, cold intelligence with none of the emotions of love or compassion which we respect so much, yet this may be the omnipotence we call God. Visits such as these in mankind's past could well have been the basis for all of our religious beliefs.
Bob then goes on to describe himself afterwards, sobbing uncontrollably, which I will not make fun of, because I think that's mega cool of him to admit. Now I will roast him for his crippled ass spiritual discernment. Then again, he was chosen for this work for obvious reasons. Bob says he's crying because at that moment he realized that the God of his childhood, of the churches, religion throughout the world, is not as they worship him to be. Consolidating all various gods of different religions to under one roof, clearly not understanding the difference between Yahweh and pagan gods, and the relationship between them and our current religions. Bob believes in all sorts of various physical and non-physical life in the universe, and he automatically assumes the one excavating in his head is God of the universe. How could one so confidently assume this just based on its power alone? If it is truly God or a highly powerful being, why is it so detectable when many of these lower-level guides can conceal their influence or not at will? Of course, something he seems unaware of. These beings can easily access anything in his brain without making it known, so it's hard to imagine this, like most or all of Bob's experiences, is also not just some kind of theater. It may have had dual purposes, such as gaining some information that's not easily accessible on the surface. But in my opinion, it's more likely an event they wanted him to perceive this way, and simultaneously nudge his response and assumption of this being God. Not only God, but a cold, selfish, and uncaring one. Do these beings have any incentive to convince Monroe that the Creator God is what the Gnostics claim him to be? His second book undeniably answers this question. Permission to pinch? On multiple occasions in his first book, Bob attempted to visit friends and colleagues of his in the Astral to document what he saw and confirm details with the person he visited afterwards. Pretty much all his data checked out on all of these. The only really strange aspect was that he would usually have some sort of dialogue exchange with the contactee. Yet when confronted later, not one could recall such an interaction. In an afternoon OBE, Bob found RW in a kitchen with 2 teenage girls, drinking and talking. He asked RW mentally if she knew he was there. She replied, "Oh yes, I know you're here." He asked if she'd remember. She said, "Oh, I will definitely remember." To ensure, he pinched her above the hips. "Bob, did you forget you have a wife?" And she exclaimed, "Ah!" in surprise, protesting that it wasn't needed. Verification happened 2 days later. RW was with her niece and friend at the described time, drinking cokes. She initially had no memory, but when asked about a pinch, showed brown and blue marks at the exact spot, recalling a sudden, painful pinch she attributed to her brother-in-law, though no one was there. She remembered the sensation, but not the dialogue or Bob's presence. Scenarios like this, where the astral traveler physically affected somebody else, is rare, but there are claims, just as unverifiable as much of my beliefs, might as well stay on brand. If accurate, this means that the demonic attachment powering this journey is ultimately the driving force behind the mark. But would it have been possible without Bob's consent/desire/intention/etc.? They have the power, but we supply the legal rights they need, which explains why demonic utilize witches and warlocks to cast spells and carry out curse-type shit. It's probably the same reason abductees report in recent years a higher degree of their experiences are being managed and carried out by late-stage hybrids as opposed to aliens. The non-possessed hybrids don't need consent as much or at all, like their demonic overlords. Just a disjointed nonsense rant, sorry. Adjacent story featuring Dr. Andrea Puharich. But while I'm on the topic, another time, one of Bob's colleagues he was apparently close enough with to visit happened to be the multifaceted Dr. Andrea Puharich. This man invented dental implants that could supposedly transmit sound via radio waves and had connections with the CIA and MK Ultra experiments. Dr. Puharich's influence crops up in many corners of conspiracy lore, such as his interactions with the Council of Nine, mysterious entities he summoned through channeling sessions, and the implications of such connections on our understanding of spiritual and psychological phenomena. The fact that they were connected is interesting, as I have heard from multiple MK Ultra whistleblowers, that the Monroe Institute has been used as a location to help intelligence agencies program or close out select individuals. It is not clear if this started before or after Monroe's death, but the connection is fascinating by itself. Monroe Institute, as of 2014 to 2019, was led by Nancy McMonagle as president, wife of Joe McMonagle, America's first remote viewer, in the official government program sense, someone deeply entrenched in black projects according to his own books and other sources. Back to Bob's visitation with Puharich. After he successfully got out of body, Bob begins focusing on his intent to visit Dr. Puharich. After a short journey, he arrived in a room containing a long, narrow table, several chairs, and bookshelves. He observed a man sitting at the table, writing on paper, who resembled Dr. Puharich, but appeared more light or blonde-haired. The interaction involved Bob greeting the man, who looked up, smiled, and stated verbally that he would spend more time on their project, apologizing for being neglectful. Bob responded that he understood. Feeling uneasiness due to physical recall signals, he explains he had to leave. The man acknowledged this, noting he realized Bob's need for caution. He then quickly returned to his physical body without issue. A detail here I want to emphasize is this is not always purely psychic interaction. As he clarifies, witnessing some of his friends physically appear to speak to him, hearing their words, many other times just hearing telepathically with no indication they can perceive him. Why is this happening only sometimes? Obviously, in the real world, these people didn't perceive and speak to Bob as described, yet he's witnessing a divergent path from what's really happening to align with voices he perceives in his head coming from them. Bob's explanations could explain away some of these, but not the ones where they physically speak to him. There are only two explanations I can come to on what is happening here. One is a handful of guesses given by Bob, such as suggesting that during O.O.B.S, interactions often occur at a non-physical or superconscious level that doesn't register with the person's waking awareness. People may not perceive him at all or only sense something vaguely, leading to no memory formation. He describes a mental barrier that blocks recall of non-physical experiences upon returning to the physical body, similar to how dreams are forgotten upon waking. Bob theorizes that many people naturally separate into a second body during sleep, but rarely retain conscious memories of it, and his interactions tap into this unconscious state. In some cases, helpers or external entities might limit awareness to protect the individual, or the person simply isn't prepared for such an encounter, preventing memory retention. If this angle is true, it again goes to show what these entities can and will do to alter our psychic perceptions and memories, which is a concept Bob seems to gloss right over, without suggesting any possibility of these beings taking advantage of this ability. His overall theories sound reasonable to some degree, but fail to explain all aspects. The alternative theory I have is this is another example of demonic manipulation. I know, crazy right. Bet you didn't see that coming. If it is, what would it accomplish? In a demonic deception model, this could be an intentional mimicry of real-world interaction to build trust and plausibility, by making it seem like the person visited is fully engaging, mouths moving, body language reacting. The entities could convince Bob that he's tapping into a tangible astral layer overlaid on the physical world. This method might be used sparingly because it's more energy-intensive or risky to fabricate, perhaps requiring deeper hijacking of Bob's perceptions, and risk leading to more complex questions on his part. By making interactions feel profoundly real and personal, yet unrecalled by others, demons could create a sense of isolation in him. He's the chosen one, perceiving hidden truths, which builds ego and dependency on OOBES for validation. These early, more frightening encounters of demonic hassling, which he later believes are thought-form manifestations with no real danger, give way to rewarding ones, hooking the practitioner, making him feel he's enhancing his abilities, and attracting more positive beings via practice, intent, and, of course, raising vibrations. The cases of exclusively telepathic interaction could be the default mode for demonic fabrication because it's easier to simulate, pure mental intrusion without needing to align with the physical body's actions. The lack of recall by the visited RW remembering only unexplained pain from the pinch, could be explained as the demons avoiding detection, injecting the exchange solely into Bob's experience while leaving subtle, deniable traces, like vague dreams or sensations, in the target to add credibility without full exposure. If demons are in control here, telepathy allows them to bypass the physical entirely, making it harder for the visited to corroborate, and thus isolating Bob in his belief. Why the inconsistency? In a deception scenario, variety could prevent patterns from becoming too obvious, keeping Monroe engaged and unquestioning. If every interaction was identical, he might suspect fabrication. Mixing verbal/physical cues with telepathic ones creates a spectrum that feels organic, like exploring a complex astral ecosystem. Some Christian critiques of OOBEs argue this mirrors how demons operate in possession or visions, adapting to the victim's expectations to deepen entanglement. The overarching goal here could be to convince Bob, and through his influential books, others, of an ever-present, independent astral self or second body that's separate from the physical, essentially an alter consciousness that's accessible and verifiable. By fabricating dialogues that verify physical details, clothing, activities, ECT, but add unrecalled spiritual exchanges, demons could build a seductive narrative that everyone has a hidden, non-physical awareness operating subconsciously. And, as pushed in my later material covering Elizabeth Heitch's initiation lore, how can we merge with our complementary half, aka allow possession by any demon interested? This supports Bob's evolving cosmology of locales 1/2/3, near physical, thought-responsive, and beyond death realms, which includes ideas like reincarnation, non-judgmental afterlives, and human divinity. In demonic terms, this deceives people away from monotheistic views of a singular soul accountable to God, toward pantheistic or humanistic beliefs, where hell is just fragmented personality aspects, as Monroe concluded about demons. The endgame? Eroding faith in divine judgment, encouraging occult exploration, and normalizing ideas that we are all gods, or that death is just a transition, potentially leading souls astray from salvation. These nitwits are leaving no stones unturned. Temporary mass lobotomization. All hail the king.
At times, in visiting Locale 2, a very unusual event periodically occurs. It makes no difference where in Locale 2 the event is the same. In the midst of normal activity, there is a distant signal, almost like heraldic trumpets. Everyone takes the signal calmly, and with it, everyone stops speaking or whatever he may be doing. It is the signal the he or they is coming through his kingdom. There is no awestruck prostration or falling down on one's knees. Rather, the attitude is most matter-of-fact. It is an occurrence to which all are accustomed, and to comply takes absolute precedence over everything. There are no exceptions. At the signal, each living thing lies down. My impression is on their backs, bodies arched to expose the abdomen, not the genitals, with head turned to one side so that one does not see him as he passes by. The purpose seems to be to form a living road over which he can travel. I have gleaned the idea that occasionally he will select someone from this living bridge, and that person is never seen or heard from again. The purpose of the abdominal exposure is an expression of faith and complete submissiveness, the abdomen being the most vulnerable part of the body, or the area that can suffer the most damage most easily. There is no movement, not even thought, as he passes by. In the several times I've experienced this, I lay down with the others. At the time, the thought of doing otherwise was inconceivable. As he passes, there is a roaring musical sound and a feeling of radiant, irresistible living force of ultimate power that peaks overhead and fades in the distance. After his passing, everyone gets up and resumes their activities. There is no comment or mention of the incident, no further thought of it. There is complete acceptance of the event as a normal part of their lives. Is this God, or God's son, or his representative?
Okay, for starters, what the shit? Second, hell nah. This is some next-level astral fever dream. You're just chilling in this astral realm, minding your own business, when suddenly heraldic trumpets blare, and everyone's like, oh, cool, time to hit the deck. Temporary mass lobotomization occurs, and nobody's even shit-talking? Why would I be lying on my back, in my new favorite shirt? If I'm astral projecting and some interdimensional overlord expects me to metaphysically and emotionally lie down, I'm yeeting myself back to my body so fast, I'm breaking the sound barrier. Ain't nobody got time for that. But let's break it down. Bob claims to have experienced this exact event multiple times. How is this very standout and outrageous scenario not able to be found in any other astral traveler lore? Just to be sure, I typed out the entire excerpt in some demonic AI bullshit, and it couldn't locate any remotely similar testimony. Considering this, there are really only two scenarios here. Either this is like most astral travel, and a theatrical fabrication put on for the sake of Bob, meant to shape his cosmology, or this is an actually occurring event in some part of the astral. Bob asks if this being is God, his son, or representative of sorts. Scenario 1 would absolutely be on brand with the majority of material I cover in this book, and nothing about this would surprise me. Especially when reframing it within the grander context of what astral propaganda they feed him, discussed in book number 2. Discussed soon, spoiler alert. When he casually gets an astral brochure of sorts, metaphysically downloaded into him all at once, telling him, then relaying to us, of the origin or earth, and its evil, louche, harvesting god, referring to Yahweh in a negative connotation. If that was the standard yet recontextualized cosmology they planned on giving him already, then it wouldn't hurt to impress the idea of a feared and egotistical god that would force his creation to be subject to such inhumane treatment. His first thoughts after telling the story are, was this God, or his son, or representative? Who knows if these questions were also impressed upon his, as it's incredibly possible, and likely part of the whole point in setting this up for him. Either way, he didn't even offer up the idea of it being a satanic or demonic type figure, but framing the creator God, whoever that is to him, as a negative entity, pepping Bob 1 and us the reader for the bigger turds to flush in book number 2, Far Journeys. Scenario Doze. This really happened somewhere in the astral in a genuinely populated area, like how the Hill is a genuinely populated area, and is corroborated by the many interacting non-verbal autistics in telepathy tapes. I find it suspicious how outrageous and hive-minded the culture in this population consistently is. For one, no highly evolved spirit is going to go full sheeple mode and silently partake in a mass humiliation ritual where they are repurposed as a bridge. If they do, then they don't truly have the level of freedom they claim to in various channeled lore. Then you could say, well, how do we know this isn't a neutral community? Who said they all were? ascended masters. Fair, but aren't the various more neutral souls hanging out in the various BSTs and planning their next incarnation? Why would such a being pass through there, disrupting the vibes so chaotically? Nothing remotely evil, let alone this campy, is mentioned in any recovered intermediate life memories or astral travel sources. And if you really want to do some mental gymnastics here and piss me the fudge off, you could argue, well, maybe it's like an astral town or village for aliens, like a non-human realm, yeah. Yeah, those are definitely real and accessible. First of all, stop stuttering, dummy. You're embarrassing yourself. A non-human is a whole-ass human. If this were the case, it's kind of weird to go into all these details and not mention this. He's already made it clear these are not bodiless light beings like many of the characters he interacts with. Whether these are astral bodies are technically not clarified, but he is astral, not possessing his doppelganger in Locale 3, and joining an attempt to blend in with the rest of them, so if they weren't human, he would aggressively stand out unless we have a Star Wars bar situation. But I can't get any deeper on this, because it's really pointless and annoying for me now. It stopped being fun after a whole-ass human. Oh wait, nah, I wasn't done. So, if it wasn't a zone for any higher vibrational homies or any neutral Nancy's boys, I'm really only open to this realm being real if it were a lower vibrational type shit realm. That would make sense, for a bunch of weak-ass submissive demons to react that way when their fallen angel daddy shows up. I could see this being a cultural norm only in a place like that. Otherwise, it conflicts with the reports of these middle and upper realms. So for him to question the entity as maybe Big Dog Creator God is stupid, because it is much more likely someone high up on the demonic hierarchy. Keep in mind, Bob doesn't believe in demons, but also, to be clear, I don't think it's a real place or scenario. Moving on. Book 2, Far Journeys. Early into Far Journeys, Bob recounts a story of his hemisync technology being used to treat a schizophrenic, claiming many of their symptoms disappeared during a session, though returning as soon as they were turned off. There's nothing about the brainwave state hemisync induces that can silence or hurt demonic attachments. We know hemisync is specifically used to achieve a theta brainwave state, around 4 to 8 Hz, for the purpose of out-of-body travel. So are the harassing spirits just going easy on their victim in this moment to convince them this is a cure, when in reality it will likely guide them to pursue astral travel, bringing them substantially more issues once initiated, doubling as anecdotal lore to promote the healing benefits of this technology. There wasn't any follow-through on it in a big way, but it's an additional data point I feel is worth mentioning. Rejecting chemicals/kundalini.
I had become painfully, literally, aware that my body has taken to rejecting chemicals. This includes alcohol, prescription drugs, caffeine, and evidently anything else my body says is unnatural for its operation. The rejection of allergic reaction takes the form of profuse sweating, vomiting, and slash or severe abdominal cramps.
Without labeling it as such, Bob is describing exactly what those who undergo Kundalini activation experience. There are many ways claimed to achieve this, such as mediation, Kundalini yoga, pranayama, energy work, mantra chanting, tantric sex, or even psychedelic experiences. Out-of-body experiences technically fall under meditation, and Bob is obviously at a very advanced level, judging by his vast collection of experiences. The range of reported effects from Kundalini activation vary person to person, this repulsion of chemicals being one of them, as well as heightened energy, intense emotional releases, spontaneous body movements, enhanced creativity, vivid dreams and visions, as well as enhanced psychic ability / clairvoyance. Aligning this information with my theories in this book, you can probably see where I'm going with this. Keep in mind, possession often takes many years of complex forms of consent farming on the demonic being's part, as recorded in books like Hostage to the Devil. The exception is pretty much reserved for occult practitioners who are ritually and intentionally going out of their way to allow possession at some point. Whether they trust the NHI as positive or negative is irrelevant, and possession seems to be more of a continuous merging as opposed to a total takeover, except in short bursts with most individuals. The more well-intentioned spiritualists attempting activation usually believe they are just spiritually awakening and / or connecting with their higher self, not merging consciousness with a discarnate dweeb. Most people seeing a testimony like Bob's here would find it hard to argue that your body rejecting natural substances could be a bad thing, or even initiated by a negative entity. Similar to how many argue that no negative entity would allow someone to be healed, ignoring the potential for post-healing deception, which is more valuable to them. What possible 5D chess could these grimy bastards be playing here if this truly isn't a benevolent process? Even if the attached entity aids in beneficial changes like aversion to harmful substances, this could be a calculated imitation of divine purity to build false trust. Christian perspectives of Kundalini is often likened to the biblical serpent, which tempts with promises of godlike knowledge or elevation, only to lead to spiritual downfall. For instance, initial blessings like enhanced clarity or health are seen as bait, masking the entity's true intent to alienate the person from God. Testimonies from ex-practitioners describe early euphoria and abilities turning into torment, such as hallucinations, depression, or uncontrolled behaviors, suggesting the positives are temporary illusions. Demons prefer hosts who are physically suited for long-term inhabitation or influence. By inducing an aversion to toxins like alcohol or drugs, the entity makes sure the body remains a viable conduit for its agenda, perhaps channeling psychic abilities more effectively or sustaining prolonged possession without the interference of dulled senses. Testimonies from exorcisms note that possessed individuals sometimes exhibit superhuman health or abstinence, which can be interpreted as the demon grooming the host to avoid self-destructive habits that could expel it prematurely. The repulsion could socially isolate the person, making them more reliant on the entity for guidance or spiritual highs. Inability to consume common substances might push them away from normal life, friends, or medical help, fostering vulnerability and dependence. Some accounts describe this as a tactic to mimic ascetic holiness, drawing the person deeper into occult practices while cutting ties to grounding influences like community or faith. Some testimonies report prophetic dreams or telepathy that initially seem empowering, but devolve into paranoia or voices urging harmful actions, indicating the entity is using these as tools for control rather than genuine enlightenment. Exorcist accounts describe people seeking help after years of awakenings that started with positive shifts, but ended in demonic manifestations like serpentine movements, hissing, or paranormal activity. This suggests the entity invests in minor goods to secure deeper possession, ultimately causing spiritual, mental, and physical ruin. From a monotheistic standpoint, any breakthrough not aligned with God is inherently untrustworthy, regardless of perks. Practices like yoga or meditation that awaken Kundalini are viewed as opening doors to demonic realms, inviting entities that promise self-deification but deliver bondage. Testimonies from former yogis or New Age followers, more so found in podcasts or blogs, often state how they realized the light was false after encountering biblical truths, with the entity reacting violently during prayers or exorcisms. In my opinion, this process is some form of energetic rewiring / genetic alteration occurring in the physical, sourced from the spiritual, where the demon alters the body's chemistry to reject anything that might weaken its hold, such as alcohol, which could induce vulnerability to expulsion via lowered inhibitions or divine intervention. This perspective is at least anecdotally corroborated in numerous personal stories from Christian blogs, YouTube channels, and forums where people claim deliverance from Kundalini spirits restored their lives. Even if this were only the case for a minority of Kundalini experiencers, there should be at least one warning out there from the numerous pro-Kundalini channeled sources warning of any potential dangers. Once again, their silence on the topic speaks volumes. Now, Bob has gone many years without any publicly reported descent into madness or trauma after his Kundalini activation. A potential reason could be due to the immense value his image and influence is on various spiritual communities. He became by far the most read author regarding astral travel, and started the Monroe Institute, which, to this day, teaches courses on enhancing people's psychic abilities, and just so happens to train CIA operatives and have a noticeable revolving door of employees between the two. Not to mention some rumors of MK Ultra programming involvement, according to multiple whistleblowers. If this man rose to the top as an influencer and then experienced a publicly witnessed downfall, despite his many angelic adjacent encounters and proven psychic ability, then his story could easily become potent fuel for Christians to use against these New Ages and Gnostics, as well as the entire practice of astral travel. I think this goes for spiritual influences of all kinds. The lesser known someone is, or less value someone has to offer, their agenda, the less likely effort you will get from these people's demonic counterparts to protect them from dramatic spiritual and mental regression. Charlie's wholesome retreat and low-maintenance wife. At one point in Far Journeys, Bob goes to visit his deceased friend Charlie, who has created his own little fantasy world. It's a cozy cabin over a serene body of water in a tropical setting. Charlie has manifested this retreat purely by thought as a personal haven after his physical death, isolated and peaceful. He also has a companion figure in this space who appears affectionate and integrated into Charlie's routine, but is ambiguous in her nature. Bob senses she might be a projection of Charlie's imagination or desires, rather than a fully independent entity, possibly symbolic of unresolved emotional attachments from his earthly life. Charlie interacts with her casually. But the encounter raises questions about the blurred lines between real souls and thought forms in non-physical realms. I personally just had a vision of her true origin story, and it starts with a commercial manifested by Charlie's subconscious. I will journal my vision in detail below. Fade in. Ethereal, dreamy astral landscape. 2006, George Costanza lookalike contest runner-up in a plaid shirt, our lonely hero Charlie, sits on the porch of a rustic log cabin built over a peaceful body of water. Charlie manifests a fishing rod out of thin air, casts it lazily, but sighs deeply as a perfect fish jumps right onto his hook. He looks bored out of his mind, waving his hand to create a powerful sunset, which he immediately changes to a bizarre yellow ocean with square waves, then back again. He's alone, staring at an empty chair. Upbeat, cheesy infomercial music comes in hard and fast. A slick, over-enthusiastic narrator voiceover kicks in, with flashing text on screen like "as seen in Locale 2" and "belief system approved."
Tired of eternity in your own private paradise? Who knew godlike powers had fine print? But no astral vacation home is complete without an artificial thought form wife for all those lonely discarnate bachelors. Tired of the unfulfilling godlike power of creating the perfect sandwich ripped straight out of your own overworked mind palace? Bored with conjuring endless exploding stars, knowing the shrapnel will never truly impale you? Or fishing up trophy catches that feel as empty as your non-beating heart? Don't you just hate slaving away, working your squishy astral brain to bits manifesting your infinite desires? Isn't it exhausting being your own bestie, with no one weaker than you to slap around when they mouth off? Well, look no further. Call 180 Astral Escorts now, and we'll have your mail order thought form wife sent to your personal sex wholesome retreat. She's pre-programmed with over 6,000 variations of sandwich recipes, knitting cozy sweaters for your stocky ethereal form, and making you feel like the man of the house. Back talking optional.
Cut to testimonials, quick clips of happy astral dudes. One says,
"She never complains about my Percocet addiction."
Another,
"Finally, someone to compliment my mixtape?"
Screen flashes, hyper-aware of her non-existent soul. Who cares? She's low maintenance for eternity.
Side effects may include mild existential doubt, occasional mechanical movements, true sentience not included, normal speed. But hey, in the afterlife, who's judging? Operators standing by in the outer rings. Call now and reclaim that manly spark. Remember, even gods get lonely, but with our mail order special, you won't have to manifest companionship anymore. Limited time offer, free bonus thought form fishing buddy for the first 100 callers.
Fade out on Charlie, now grinning, with his new thought form wife whipping him while he's on all fours. A single tear falls, gritting his teeth as he says,
Wow! Thank you, Astral Escorts! I love... Oh! My thought form wife!
Music fades, followed by fine print.
Not responsible for belief system glitches or reluctance to reincarnate.
Okay, it's fully out of my system. Now I can lock in. After death, Charlie is aware he's deceased, but chooses to linger in his created fantasy world rather than progressing further into other afterlife stages, BSTs. He's not stuck in denial like some entities Monroe encounters. Instead, he's content, but somewhat aimless, waiting for eventual reincarnation. During the visit, Monroe tries to help him understand more about his non-physical existence and the broader nature of reality. But Charlie is skeptical and prefers his simple setup. This encounter serves as an example in the book of how some souls create comforting but limiting pockets in the afterlife based on earthly habits or escapism, highlighting themes of material desires overshadowing spiritual growth. I can see the point being made by including Charlie's story, but the bigger takeaway when framing this in the deception model is that this realm where you can essentially be your own god and be a creator by thought is paralleled by various other unreliable sources. This concept is shared by the lore in various channeled sources, especially the Seth material, Ra material, Bashar, Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, ECT, as well as multiple books by Michael Newton, especially Destiny of Souls, getting his data from recovered memories and hypnoregression, aka channeled. In all of these cases, this is not the final afterlife, but an optional intermediate zone, it seems. The one exception is in the Mormon faith, who believes this become your own God situation is the final resting place, free from lower realms' constraints. Per Doctrine and Covenants 132:19-20, exalted beings become gods, inheriting thrones, kingdoms, principalities, and powers, creating worlds and spirit offspring eternally. It's pushed in LD's teachings as the ultimate reward for faithfulness. Mormons also reject reincarnation. For reference, Joseph Smith, the prophet of Mormonism, got all of his divine revelations primarily through an angel named Moroni. According to Smith's accounts, Moroni, a resurrected being and ancient prophet, first appeared to him in 1823 when Smith was 17 years old. Moroni guided him to unearth golden plates near his home in Palmyra, New York, which Smith translated into the Book of Mormon, published 1830, using seer stones and divine assistance. Though in 1820, in his first vision, Smith claimed that both God and Jesus appeared to him, instructing him to restore the true church. He later described visitations from biblical figures like John the Baptist, Peter, James, John, and Moses. South Park has a fantastic episode and even Broadway play breaking down the historical account relatively accurately. So multiple belief systems getting incompatible, but strangely similar lore in areas shared with them via spiritual sources that are taken at their word. Let me know if you see a pattern emerging. Does anybody remember the Twilight Zone episode titled A Nice Place to Visit? From Season 1, Episode 28. In it, a criminal named Rocky Valentine dies and wakes up in a seemingly perfect afterlife where he gets everything he desires, including money, women, success at gambling, ECT. At first, he thinks he's in heaven, but as the instant gratification becomes monotonous and unfulfilling, he grows restless. The twist comes when he begs to go to the other place, hell, only for his guide to reveal that this is hell, as endless indulgence without challenge or meaning is its own torment. The episode captures the idea that unchecked material desires can lead to emptiness. Sure, Charlie could actually craft every detail of his realm in impossible ways, giving him a bit longer for the flame to die out, I'm sure. But the same logic applies. This whole be-your-own-god Bologna is ego-stroking, empty hyper-materialism. Rote simulation. Bob breaks down a key for some astral slang he begins implementing in the rest of his writing. One word is rote, which is labeled as meaning a thought ball, a packet of total memory, knowledge, information, experience, history, iectit. These can be effortlessly passed between any entities encountered in the astral to quickly inform them of detailed or complex thoughts and scenarios. Once received or opened, Bob writes, click at each transition, meant to signify an instantaneous shift in consciousness. Sometimes these just give the receiver an instant knowing and understanding of a specific topic. Often these transport their consciousness into a first-person experience, viewing or even interacting, which can be something like being a part of a historical event on another planet. You will live out the event like you were there, creating a non-existent storyline, but your consciousness is not being transported in a time travel sense, like when Bob time travels astrally and saves his past self from harm, discussed later. One rote Bob was given by his astral pal Z-55/LOU, who apparently wanted to show him how he got to where he is by showing him where he came from in his most recent incarnation. A click happens, and Bob is instantly in physical form in a human-like city, which isn't severely alien in appearance, but definitely not on Earth. He describes a few minutes of awkward telepathic interactions he has with people and even militant types, humanoids who he seemed to blend in with. The scenario is then cut short by a random tsunami, which sort of but not really kills Bob, ending the simulation, and is implied to have killed his friend, giving Z-55/LOU a chance to find a new planet to reincarnate on. One that is less wet, I imagine. This isn't passive information transfer. It's full spectrum consciousness hijacking, where Bob's subjective, consented experience becomes indistinguishable from having actually lived those events. Perfectly realistic simulations, admittedly controlled. Now, just like these transferable experiential rotes, Bob-friendly inspects, intelligent species, also on occasion will put him through certain simulated experiences to achieve a variety of things. Just like how accepting a rote triggers an instant shift in consciousness and setting, these simulations will instantly shift your consciousness and scenario to whatever the inspect sees fit. During either, Bob will always clarify a transition taking place with a click due to their similar dynamics. Here is his own words confirming my totally legit theory.
A favorite and quick, learn-forever method of theirs was simulation. It was based on their ability to create and place into a human consciousness, mine, or an Earth-type situation so real and so overwhelming that I could not tell reality from illusion. I do not know the limits of such simulation talent/technology, nor do I know the extent to which they employ the technique. It may only be in my particular case, but I doubt it. The potentials of its application in other ways begs for broad speculation. In my own pattern, it was usually applied as an instant cleanup of minor emotional patterns that blocked or distorted my clarity of perception or my stability. Usually I was unaware of such dysfunction. They would note it and offer to take care of the problem. I would be informed that the lesson was about to take place with my consent. Yet, once in the simulation, it became absolutely and totally real, and I lived it. If I did not come up with the desired action, the simulation would be repeated until I did. Even in the repetition, I couldn't break through the reality of the simulation, yet once the training sequence was completed, I then knew what it was for. To pose questions about motives seemed irrelevant, or perhaps I didn't want to endanger the good thing I had going for me.
Hold up. Is it my freaking birthday right now? This fool just played himself. This is the smoking gun confession that validates everything I've been ranting about. Bob is describing something akin to trauma-based mind control using simulations so realistic that the victim cannot detect them even after multiple repetitions applied specifically to clean up emotional patterns, reprogram behavior and belief, until Bob performed the desired action the entities wanted. They conditioned him through repeated immersive false realities until he behaved correctly, then rewarded him with access to more experiences, creating dependency that prevented him from questioning their motives. Bob admitted that he cannot distinguish their simulations from reality, that he doesn't know how extensively they use this capability, and that he deliberately avoided questioning their motives because he didn't want to lose his privileged access. He's describing demonic grooming and conditioning while calling it spiritual education. His inspecs are demons using him as test subject and propaganda distributor, and he confessed the entire operation in his own book because he genuinely believed they were helping him evolve, or afraid to admit he's a useful idiot. Rather than recognizing he was being programmed to spread their cosmology to millions of readers who would trust his first-hand accounts as proof that reincarnation, aliens, and consciousness evolution are real. Bob additionally details a range of his various admittedly orchestrated simulations. The experiences vary widely as he technically glosses over his completely fabricated cleanup, test-related simulations, likely due to the absurdity and potential implications. He does share many other guide-controlled simulations spanning past life regressions, current life memories revisited, non-human forms of consciousness, and cosmic observations. Examples include reliving a childhood tricycle ride where he rediscovers forgotten innate abilities, grieving a dog's death, as well as past life memories of dying with a family in a desert to learn acceptance, battlefield loyalty in Nepal, refusing a ritual sacrifice as a priest, and sending an overcooked steak back with minimal attitude. He failed. The simulated tests in Chapter 9, Rainbow Root, exhibit a cohesive, overarching theme rather than multiple disconnected ones. Spiritual evolution through consciousness expansion and emotional mastery. Every scenario serves as a facet of this, designed to help Bob, and by extension, humanity, transcend physical and egoic limitations, integrate multidimensional aspects of the self, and prepare for graduation from the Earth Life System, ELS, a cycle of incarnations focused on generating and refining emotional energy, a.k.a. Loosh for universal growth. By observing how Bob reacts, whether with fear, anger, curiosity, or acceptance, the tests teach him to use emotions as tools for growth rather than traps. This involves recognizing human life as a temporary game for soul development, where survival instincts, beliefs, and addictions create post-death karmic entanglements. Bob over time goes through many more simulations over the years, and is often struggling to maintain full lucidity and awareness once their consciousness is active in the fabricated world, with short-lived spikes in awareness and recall. His guide explains that such momentary recall occurs frequently during the physical process, but is obscured and discarded amid the more immediate, consistent impact of physical information input. Personally, factoring everything in, I think they go out of their way to make this point as a way to cover their tracks, revealing their ability to simulate any scenario to a realistic degree is more than a bit risky for them to expose. They have proven their ability to acutely manipulate your perceptions, emotions, and consciousness. This whole bit of degrading awareness exclusively in the simulations seems to be intentionally timed during these four dual purposes. 1. So they can better train aka program the individual how they want. since they can't move on until their actions are approved. The recipient will be less prone to following a moral compass of right and wrong, and thinking more so in the puzzle-solving sense. Brains over heart. The serpent in the garden. Second, and more importantly, if the astral traveler is told he is going into a simulation, and that is the only type of astral experience he has, which has a correlating loss of conscious awareness, they will assume that is the nature of these fabricated realms, and any time they are fully conscious must be real, and outside of any mentally foggy simulation realm, thus cementing more trust in their experiences outside of simulations as genuine. Roteception, Journey for Friendship. In the following chapter, newfound friend Bob meets B.B., an entity from KT-95, who is searching for his friend A.A., another non-physical being who has gone missing. He is distressed and a little bit racist regarding Bob being a human. A dumb and contaminated species, apparently. Didn't need an alien spirit being to tell me that. He initially acts like he's too good to request help from a human, yet after Bob drops the two magic words, "Try me," B.B. shares a rote of what's bothering him, and Bob gets immersed in this memory replay. It starts with A.A. and B.B. on an extensive cosmic cruise. The metaphysical tour guide warns everyone that they are approaching their last stop, Earth, and to shield themselves from the incoming extreme M-band radiation/noise, uncontrolled/toxic thoughts from humans. B.B. feels sick from it, yet sees A.A. entranced and in awe of the range of human thoughts. So much so that he hops off his tour to enter the intermediate area and requests to incarnate on Earth. Just for kicks. A high. Something new. He expresses boredom with his home planet, and the intermediate zone entry director, Ed, is shocked by his interest. But he has no issue with A.A. joining in, while B.B. is upset and concerned, but agrees to wait there until he's done. After a while, B.B. and Ed realized something wrong and go track down A.A. He acted like he'd just got off a roller coaster and shares with B.B. a rote of what happened to him. Click! Bob is now in roteception, seeing what was in A.A.'s rote to B.B. Starting with his pre-incarnation choice of location and gender. Choosing New York, of course, and didn't know what gender was. A.A. was given a rote, which was essentially a pre-incarnation list of potential side effects, like he's in a freaking Pfizer commercial. A.A. is bored by it and doesn't finish reading it, and moves on to the last point of entry before diving into some lady's uterus. He encounters a little one, and tries to spark up friendly conversation regarding the little guy's next life as a human. This childlike Make-A-Wish vibe youngster clarifies that it's never been human, but lived with them, been fed and loved by them, and it's excited to finally become a human. So yeah, he was a dog or some shit, but A.A. doesn't really catch on to this. Moving along, just as A.A. was about to jump into his incarnation cluster thing, he is pulled back by another spirit freaking the fudge out, asking for his help. Having unrealistic confidence, claiming he's gonna incarnate and change the world, and try to stop all the wars and suffering ECT. A.A. is like, dog, we won't remember any of this when we're there, right? Upsetting this mega good boy, A.A. finally enters into this New Yorker's uterus, and the meta-rote ends, bouncing back to the previous interaction with A.A. and B.B. B.B. says he's ready to go, and AA said he's only halfway done, because he never got to be a lady, and wasn't trans in his first incarnation, so he needs to fulfill this void. There's no committee of angelic types helping him manufacture a life of balanced karma which he just acquired on his first incarnation, no longer being a clean slate karmically. Though hundreds of pre-existence memories obtained via hypno-regression corroborate this as a very structured system with your death and other major life events planned out. But AA's experience is more like the rules of an amusement park. Is it because he's not an original human? He's in this intermediate zone with hundreds of thousands of other souls, doesn't seem to be segregated by origin. Either way, AA ignores BB's request to leave and jumps back into Uterusville, USA. This is the end of the original rote given to good old Bob, and he decides he's gonna help BB get his pal back. But it wasn't his idea. But one his inspect teachers told him he must do this, and they will help him along the way. The next chapter is Bob and BB's journey to locate and bring AA back. Finding him at the moment of death for his next incarnation, where he was a miserable old woman, taking care, or 6 out of 14 of her surviving children, complaining of having just given her 3 best pigs away to the taxman. Despising her motherly duties and feminine powerlessness, desires to be a warrior in the next life, so they travel also in time to AA's place of death on the battlefield, where the ghost of warrior AA is punching the living for a while, not realizing his death. They try to snap him out of it, again failing. Temporarily giving up, Bob and BB cover various topics, getting to know each other better. Eventually, BB tells him that some of the rote he picked up on Earth didn't match up with the cruise brochure the tour guide gave to everyone on his initial trip, and he's confused. Bob asks what the brochure wrote is about, and is told it's regarding the places they would be visiting. All about Earth and humans, how it got started, what it's it for, all that stuff. Silly side note, Bob also asks how we got to go on this multi-planetary cruise. BB said his planet traded it for its main export. Games. Games. We got more games than any star system, 4 skips in any direction. Okay, dude. Yeah. Bob is obviously curious to see what this alien spirit cruise company has in its condensed human history brochure, so he opens this new rote. My whole intention in summarizing those 2 chapters is to shake you graphically now and remind you, if you are going to be a Gnostic and convinced of the following chapter's big reveal, as well as the legitimacy to astral travel's alleged many realms, then you have to believe this prelude story placed in Bob's lap is legitimate. I suppose I'm not saying you can't be a Gnostic at all if you don't believe this, but you need to understand that if it was a fabricated chain of events intended to guide Bob to what he's about to learn, then this is what his inspects want him to believe, true or not. Yet instead of just telling him, they're letting him find out in a more natural way. So he thinks he came to these conclusions on his own, making it a more convincing story to share in his very popular book. Origin of Creation, according to this astral brochure. In the rote shared by BB, tells the history of an entity referred to as someone from a place called Somewhere. Discovers Louche, a rare and valuable substance akin to electricity, oil, oxygen, or gold. It is apparently essential for vitality or possibly used as a drug, food, or recreational aid. Loosh originates as a byproduct of vibrational actions within the carbon-oxygen cycle of living units, with its residue varying in purity and quantity, often harvested at the termination of a unit's lifespan. Recognizing its scarcity in natural forms, someone decides to produce loosh artificially by designing a controlled environment or garden to cultivate it efficiently through structured life processes. The garden is engineered with diverse zones such as liquid, gaseous, and solid-based to support crop growth, maintained by a balanced supply of chemicals and continuous radiation from a nearby star. 3 successive crops are developed. The first consists of small, short-lived mobile units, plants, that yield low-grade loosh harvested only at lifespan end, proving insufficient in quantity and quality. The second crop features larger, immobilized units, animals, with tendrils for gathering radiation and colorful tops, where conflict between units enhances loosh production during growth, but it remains low-grade with long maturation periods. The third crop, humans, combines mobility from the first with the carbon-oxygen cycle, modified samples aimed at generating higher quality loosh through ongoing interactions and survival challenges. Collectors, archons, implied as entities in somewhere, who require loosh for their needs, harvest this substance, transforming the garden, identified as Earth, into a farm for emotional energy production. Humans emerge as part of this third crop, designed to maximize loosh output through experiences of conflict, emotion, and growth, suggesting that human life serves as a mechanism for generating this vital resource, which is distilled and shipped to somewhere for consumption or use. A K.A. telling us the creator god is the demiurge, an imperfect or flawed creator deity who fashioned the physical universe and material world, typically portrayed as ignorant of or separate from the true supreme divine source. This being is seen as arrogant or tyrannical, trapping souls in the illusion of matter, out which we must escape. This is the fallen's attempt to rebrand Yahweh, the God of the Bible. Some belief systems try to reframe Yahweh as a lower-tier god beneath many others, but this is a riskier and harder deception to pull off, as proof of God's power via archaeological evidence of biblical stories gain evidence. Sodom and Gomorrah, King David, Fall of Jericho, EECT, affirming the stories of his superior power over other gods, as well as the undeniable evidence of every prophecy being fulfilled, with the end times prophecies falling into place as we speak, without fail. It is much easier for them to mischaracterize and invert the actions of God in the Old Testament than it is to convince you he isn't that powerful. Hence the various attempts at inverting his image. Another issue I have is this demiurge creator is not the god of the entire universe, but a somewhat localized regional little g god in this specific sector, expanding to who knows what ends, as it's left pretty ambiguous. This space brochure is clear. This is a history of Earth's creator, not the universe. Otherwise, this would be a history of their shared creator God, and likely very similar planets all over share this quality of being dedicated primarily for loosh harvesting, which is implied to be an exclusive dynamic of Earth, meaning all of the intermediate realms such as the BSTs and the many recovered memories of Soul's pre-incarnation life plans, Soul Family Packs, ET, is makeup on a pig-type archon deception meant to keep you in the reincarnation cycle to keep another crop. This is the belief system that Bob subscribes to at this point, and means he recognizes that the entirety, Earth life, lacks substantially more meaning than he thought. The only way to escape the cycle is recognizing its deception and choosing to stop reincarnating, which apparently Archons can't stop your free will, only control you via deception. While the softer New Agers believe you rejoin Source and stop reincarnating only once you balance all of your karmic debt. No filing for bankruptcy loopholes. Yet both of these belief systems both share many common traits, such as the idea of ending reincarnation here via experiential knowledge gained on Earth, and occult practices that hone your latent psychic gifts, which will help you navigate the afterlife. Hence, the push for normalizing O.O.B.'s theirs. Both prioritize knowledge over morality, but claim that for one, knowledge is safe to come first, where I believe the opposite, because my eyeballs are fully functional. The first story in the Bible might be the most important on a grand scale. Good versus evil as a concept by this point should be seen as synonymous with morality. Obedience to God versus knowledge. Too much of one before the other leads to the world we have today, and in general breeds narcissistic psychopaths. Now that Bob is aware of complex deception at a mass scale taking place from higher spiritual entities, and is aware of other entities' ability to simulate any convincing reality they choose. Yet the idea that he's a victim of deception doesn't seem to cross his mind, or he compartmentalizes the idea due to the gruesome bitch slap of a 180 that would be on his psyche. But revealing the deception of others is a pretty genius way to gain your own trust. Look at how many limited hangout half-truthers there are today, algorithmically pushed in the alternatives media. If humans can pull that off, what are these ancient spiritual beings capable of? Bob and B.B. pass through ABST. There is absolutely zero mention in any of Bob's 3 books regarding spiritual entity attachments of any kind, such as the ones described in Nitwits or the spirit releasement therapy lore, after decades of deep astral travel. The closest thing is the revelation of the Gnostic Archons, which orchestrate major events to increase their louche harvesting, but not individual attachments, which influence or even can possess you, needing to be released or exorcised. Yet there are many thousands of documented cases, and this is never addressed. Obviously, you know my thoughts on why. A clue aiding my deception theory is in Far Journeys, when Bob and B.B. are going through various dimensions and unintentionally stumble into one of the belief system territories, implied as a Christian one, of course. While there, a nice woman is trying to figure out where to direct Bob, believing he is a newcomer dead soul, not understanding what an astral traveler is. She is confused when Bob says, "We're just passing through," because B.B. is invisible to her. She asked if he believes he is more than one person, and recommends that he go to Dr. Frankel's class on multiple personalities. It is not directly stated, but heavily implied in my opinion, that this class is of the opinion that MPD is completely of your own mind, and has nothing to do with spiritual attachments. Potentially it could subscribe to the trauma-based alter lore, which is impossible to write off now, but this is an experience from the 70s or 80s, before a lot of these things were spoken about. Even now isn't very common knowledge. I see this as a subtle attempt to reinforce the idea that spiritual forces aren't involved in the ranges of human psychosis, which is hard to believe considering Bob's range of experiences. But he was chosen for his gullibility and loyalty, it seems. And, if not stated earlier, I am in the camp that believes schizophrenia and MPD is mostly a result of spiritual warfare and demonic influence, partial possession in many MPD cases. People don't understand the layers of possession. It's definitely not all or nothing. Look at the work of Jerry Marzinski for reference. Now alters seem to be real, but mentally compartmentalized personalities that can be hijacked by the demonic according to the SRA law. But I'm open to the idea that alters are a psyop, and they are all demonic, not entirely sure. Will not be elaborating at the moment. Sorry, dog. The year 3000-ish. Near the back end of Far Journeys, Bob's Inspect Guides decides he's ready for him next awareness, and takes him to the year 3000, where the current humans inhabiting Earth go by H+, or Humans+, to indicate modification totally chill from the humans of his time. Once there, Bob is scanning the Earth from a bird's eye view, flying to various different landmasses, seeing that nature has been restored to a very clean and healthy state. He also realizes he can't find any planes, cities, power lines, cars, buildings, even small villages. Bob then got concerned as he realized he couldn't find any people, which you would think is his dream scenario, seeing as how he's completely self-obsessed. And that's coming from me. This is followed by his inspec homie reassuring him there are just much fewer than his time. Not via some huge catastrophe, but by design. Bob then finds himself in the Middle East and found it desolate, and states that either the oil fields were pumped dry, or there was no longer a need for oil. Inspec says that both his assumptions are true. The second I can understand with free energy tech, or otherwise being released but reinforcing the idea of running out of oil, is, in my opinion, propaganda lame shit. Personally, I have seen enough evidence to subscribe to abiotic theory, which proposes oil arises from non-biological sources, like chemical reactions involving carbon, hydrogen, and minerals in the Earth's mantle. Advocates claim this could make oil a renewable resource, as the Earth might continuously produce it. Whether that's true or not, a 2006 study by Chinese researchers published in the International Journal of Oil, Gas, and Coal Technology demonstrated immature oil generation under low temperature, long-term conditions mimicking early sedimentary environments. Oil was produced within 1 to 2 months in all samples, not millions of years. The reason for this side quest is to show another potential example of lies coming from these dweebs. Even if I'm wrong, the idea that we pumped all or most of the oil in the earth before converting to an alternative energy source is kinda silly and unrealistic, considering we've invented over Unity devices dozens of times. And I'm not necessarily a fan of a mass release of free energy tech due to the chaotic instant effects that would take place. It's estimated around a quarter of all jobs are in the energy sector, from harvesting or transporting. Also, the movie Wall-E is what happens when society overconsumes and isn't working. Gross. Universal basic income would be required for stability, and that puts us on a much tighter leash for the government handing it out. So, jobs equal freedom, and freedom equals God's plan. I can fuck with that. And we're back. Sorry, I would love to blame my ADHD, but obviously that's a psyop too. Back to the future. So the year 3000-ish, Earth is healed, because humans are vastly limited and upgraded in some way. It was never about us, anyway. Monroe lands in some woodland area and realizes he's in a 22-year-old fleshy meat suit, and is shocked as it's the first time he's been out of body yet, in a body. Except when he possessed his doppelganger, I guess. Maybe he repressed his crimes. Not only that, but his dong is out, and he's got no drip on. No big deal, though. Adam and Eve symbolic inversion stuff is my take of this. Just get your own archetypes, losers. He walks in his unclothed bod through these woods and gets stopped by an invisible force field, very on-the-nose future vibes. Bob then hears a voice in his head telling him to wait, as they will join him there, and is excited to know telepathy is basic now. He is approached by a man and a woman, also naked, also sexy. The man starts chatting with him like he knows him, and soon Bob realizes it's none other than the incarnation of B.O.O.B, being the lady, of course. Wowie, what a wholesome reunion episode this is. Astral time travel sure is friggin' awesome. Bob asks what year it is exactly, and B.B. man says they, as in all humans plus, stopped counting around the 3,000 mark, as it's kinda pointless. Okay, hippies, I thought you all liked astrology. And on top of that, countries and borders don't exist anymore. B.B. man goes on to explain some of the customs, a main one being how they use their current location to hive. You know, future slang for hibernation, of course. We store our favorite human bodies here under the oak trees until we need them. Yeah, so did Dahmer. Weird flex. Whenever their bodies are hiberned, they spend time out of body whenever desired. Not only that, but when they're hungry, they can either choose to stand still and do photosynthesis for 10 seconds, giving them energy for a week or so, or manifest whatever food they want by psychically transmuting piles of dirt into corn or shawarma or whatever the fuck. They successfully impress Bob by manifesting his all-time favorite nutrition, less vegetable, silver queen corn. The squad then decides to hype it up and astral travel around, giving Bob a deeper tour. He asks them what do they do if they want to tour certain parts back in their meat suits, since there's no transportation systems. They tell him they'll just go in and possess any of the many scattered meat suits hiving round the globe. But what if they're all taken at the moment? We'd make some new ones. Doesn't take long. No elaboration here. Hopefully these freaks are doing it the old-fashioned way. B basically explains then how essentially every inhabitant on Earth just goes between O.O.B and taking over anybody they desire without any issues. Bob is shocked initially, but then remembers how his space brother pals took over his many friends and colleagues' bodies for the Explorer program, and nothing bad happened to them. AABBCCDD and so on, then ask if Bob is ready for more, implying it's only going to get wackier. And it does. Instantly transported, Bob perceives himself floating amongst many thousands of white, sparkling forms, so bright and radiative he almost panics and asks Inspec, who's always watching, to eject. Everyone around him simultaneously then deliberately diverts their radiation from him, once again making him the center of attention. B welcomes Bob to the dorm of the renovated superhuman school of compressed learning. A bit wordy for my taste. What kind of asshole makes a title that look? Well, we're going to move on, actually. They explain that this is their reference/intermediary point until they decide to graduate. A.K.A. dissolve your identity into the hive mind of Source. Bob asks them what they do in the meantime.
Well, for one, we make and gather, what did you call it? Loosh, like honeybees or Guernsey cows. Only now we know what we're doing and why. And we're happy to do it.
First of all, bitch, don't act like your perfect memory have an ass barely remembered the name. It's been 1,000 plus years. Don't play dumb. Second, they're essentially claiming to be the Gnostics' archons, of which now dominate the earth, but framing it in a positive, previously misunderstood light. Tres, puta, explain yourself. Don't just say you know why and not elaborate. You guys love explaining everything in unnecessary detail up until this very moment. Weak. Ironically, if my theory of this all being a crafted false vision is true, then they aren't really lying here. These masked demons are the Loosh/energy harvesters, as well as other work. On behalf of their master, they call Source, the true God, an opposite of the Demiurge, Yahweh. Yet it doesn't add up on multiple layers because they just recently gave B.O.B the history of Earth, where the Demiurge created us as crops for harvesting our precious etheric juices, framing him as selfish, evil, and ultimately trapping our souls. At the same time, his spirit realm employees doing the dirty and elaborately deceptive work on our post-mortem souls are smiling phonies, partaking in the control system. But B.O.B has developed Stockholm Syndrome and frames it as a learning arena. Physical lives build up the whole self, and awareness allows exit from the rings. Trapping elements, like BSTs, stem from soul's own illusions, not orchestrated deceit. Many readers extend this into prison planet or soul trap theories, seeing guides as archons in disguise and reincarnation as enforced farming. But B.O.B himself doesn't go that far. He sees potential for transcendence, with humans evolving beyond the need for harvesting. So, if anything, the deception is self-perpetuated through ignorance, and the realms offer paths out once you wake up. I honestly understand this take, and don't think it's entirely flawed as a concept, assuming the cosmology is legit. Rewarding those who put in the work to understand, and vice versa. I just know that these are narratives built exclusively through information coming from NHI in some fashion, and they are caught lying too often to be trusted. They are trying to rebrand Jesus as misrepresented throughout history, the God of the Bible as evil, and whatever else opposite to him is good and misunderstood. I have not found anything in the Bible that I can confirm is a lie, and the prioritization of morality over knowledge aligns in my soul the more I mature and understand the bigger picture. Side quest. Another year 3000. Coincidentally, there is one other detailed testimony I could find of a vision of the year 3000, from none other than Joe McMoneagle, as seen on Sean Ryan's CIA Controlled Opposition podcast, whose wife just so happens to be the president of Monroe Institute from 2014 to 2019. Joe is USA's remote viewer number 001, who has a prolific accuracy rate relative to most remote viewers. He himself has taught RV classes at the Institute for over 3 decades, and used to hang out with B.O.B, and was taught astral projection by him personally. So let's see if their visions of the future align at all. The vision is found in the final chapter of his book, The Ultimate Time Machine, with a very jagged collection and success rate of future predictions of different time periods. Both Joe and B.O.B's future visions show nature dominating the earth again in a healthy symbiotic relationship with humans. though Joe's has many technologically advanced, concentrically built cities that blend seamlessly with the ecosystem. Tall buildings in the center and suburbs spreading outward, with very minor variants across different nations. Over-unity devices are widespread and have helped humans of this era not be required to work as much, at least collectively. Alongside is technology aimed at providing extreme comfort, which, as we know, has zero negative side effects culturally. Sensors are tuned to respond to human presence with intelligent machines, AI, monitoring voice stress, body temperature, even your conversations for maximizing comfort. Instant communication is possible from anywhere. Simply calling out someone's name can initiate pictographic and real-time conversations. It seems like both future visions have humans quite a bit upgraded, but Bob's is spiritually, Joe's is technologically, and embedded as biotech. Tech has been advanced enough to allow for interplanetary travel, but why stop there? Other galaxies are optional as well. Explorer teams occasionally get lost in space, but that's to be expected in this line of work. Joe then goes on to say that formal contact between us and alien races don't begin until the middle of the 22nd century, due to our primitive nature which they did not deem worthy of being associated with. Considering that, it's strange they'd be harvesting our DNA for hybrids by such elaborate means, while often claiming to be us coming from the future. Joe frames it as if they're completely uninterested with us, and only desire a healthy partnership once evolved enough. A common trope throughout channeled lore from our space brothers. Whether this point is somehow made clear in a literal sense during his remote viewing session, or one of the many impressions he gets in that state, is not directly mentioned, but the remote viewing lore is clear that a vast portion of information gathered is via knowing from strong psychic impressions. If the source of these impressions is a deceptive entity, then it's evidence of an attempt to create a false narrative. If so, it incentivizes these same entities to give Joe or any other remote viewers as high as possible of a success rate for verifiable targets, such as locating a missing child. So they are more likely to assume truth from the more esoteric, paranormal, or just unverifiable targets. Collective abduction experiencer lore alone quickly shuts this healthy partnership propaganda down. New Agers who fell for the slop would claim that all the negative testimonies come from the experiences with negative factions. And this is an idea pushed as well by channeled lore. But there is zero reasons to believe this outside them, wanting you to. And I'm going to choose to believe the collective testimonies of victims over channeled books which I have already found multiple lies within. Not to say I believe every memory, due to screen memories being prevalent, recovered. But when recovered, memories obtained after getting past screen memory surface of a darker reality, aligning with the less common, non-regressed memories from abductees temporarily becoming lucid, I feel it's safe to assume there is much truth there, especially because it's exposing a demonic agenda, aligning with many other data points. Back to the future. Again, no vision of the future is complete without religious commentary.
I have a sense that there has been a great religious war that ravaged the land, but it has long since ended. Only 4 of the larger religious sects survived. They no longer exist separately, but are now considered segments of the whole. They are highly modified from their original concepts, or at least the concepts by which we judge them today. They seem quite similar in content and are treated as such. Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam are now being commonly referred to as the guiding principles of spirituality.
The only way this interweaving of vastly opposed belief systems could come about is if all of them were rebranded under a New Age interpretation, and future generations had their own doctrines systematically watered down and reinterpreted with nefarious intention. Because to justify this interweaving of religions is to write off much of the original doctrine, and especially the understanding or Earth's history as told in the Bible. Christianity and Islam are both monotheistic versus Hinduism's polytheism, and Buddhism is non-theistic. These core pillars to the beliefs guide much of the other pillars, and would have to be altered heavily to justify such a deep intertwining.
They are based on a common principle, which is that once in a while, the Grand Engineer manifests a representative with an exceptional insight to spirituality. Over the centuries, this job or responsibility has been shared among a number of people, those we call prophets.
K.A. saying Jesus isn't special, thus God incarnate, and just one of many prophets/ascended masters sent here to spiritually awaken us to one common goal. But man's interpretations and alterations of original texts explain why we're so far off from the intended truth, which then translates to casting out major portions of original doctrines, assuming whatever parts you want were inclusions from deceptive humans of past generation. On top of that, they call God the Great Engineer, because it's partially blasphemous and partially not tied to any metaphysical legal authority. Using that name can align to any spirit who calls himself this as well.
I can see no evidence of the Old Testament dogma addressing the past, fear, retribution, revenge, or punishment was deleted. There are no religious requirements at these times other than to be friendly and open to one another.
Having no traces of the OT definitely explains this futuristic one-world religion. Getting rid of the past. Dog, you mean history? Yes, I suppose that would be necessary to socially sustain this government-approved cult. Removing the idea of any post-death punishment from a higher power is a key component in eliminating shame and criticism of yourself and others. Maximum tolerance equals mass apathy, combined with extreme comfort, is a greasy cocktail ideal for moral regression, while commercially screaming service to others from the government-sponsored ads mentally ingrained via bioconvergent tech. There is also said to be no more prayer, as it is not necessary. So add on the layer of no one developing a relationship with our God who desires this, and no repentance, thus no forgiveness, while egomaniacally believing we don't need it anyway. There is no mention of a monotheistic orthodox counterculture, but clarifies that everyone adheres to these principles with minor discrepancies. So I will safely assume there is none in this imaginary, inverted utopia, or at least not one influential enough to mention. All of this detail coming from visions and impressions during remote viewing sessions of one man. If it is a demonic deception, they happen to hit many classic inversion tactics of the fallen with one vision, and he ate that shit up and said, "Can I have sue more PUH lease?" Year 3000 versus year 3000. Both vastly different visions do portray the year 3000 as a turning point toward a more enlightened humanity, though in my opinion lacking the ingredients it would take to be even remotely realistic. The biggest similarity of these two visions of the future are their alignment with the New Age philosophy and agendas, as well as it being an occult, mystic practitioner's wet dream, more so Monroe's, I suppose. Yet the differences are hardly quantifiable, as you may have noticed. Obviously, Bob's version of 3000 is substantially more outlandish and silly, as cool as it sounds in some ways, but his was initiated directly by his inspec guide, declaring he was ready for a new awareness, weird sentence structure headass. This same inspec that apparently has been guiding him long before his OOBEist and throughout his decades of experience, specifically taking him to meet the future human plus incarnation of his same astral buddy that dropped the Gnostic origin space brochure onto him. All just seems overly convenient and unlikely, especially reframed with the ideas I'm advocating for. I want to cement the idea that this is too elaborate and long-spanning of experiences to be attributed to subconscious manifestations with a consistent and linear stability over many decades, too much evidence of semi-intelligent design. And why would your own subconscious go out of its way to deceive you elaborately for years, aligning with the same agenda as many others? People will say anything if it distracts from the idea that their life-changing spiritual experiences were the result of spirit realm shenanigans. So it's safe to assume this was a fabricated vision given to Bob to include his, in popular book series, enticing others into the New Age and practicing OOBE. Why didn't they follow a similar script for Joe? They were in each other's inner circle for a time. Their demonic counterparts are, of course, aware of their individual journeys. For one, these live experiences are controlled in all ways aside from your free will decisions while in them, which is also fleeting and impressionable. Yet they can heavily influence your intuition, feeding you information with an agenda, simultaneously having you convinced it's their connection to their higher self /guides/source/ECT, if not just their own gut feelings. They need you to believe you're the superstar. Any conclusions you come to are your own. They are jacked into the entire Rolodex of your life, memories, fears, desires, egatati. And a pattern you will notice over time is the appeal to the individual, using your very own precious inner law against you. Bob was a prolific astral traveler. Joe stuck to remote viewing and claimed to have no interest in out-of-body travel on his Sean Ryan show appearance, which he is forced into spontaneously on occasion, claiming he technically can at any time he desires. The secrets this dusty old bag likely has. But, yeah, Joe's less fantastical experiences and more grounded belief system. His counterparts knew these more fringe concepts may not as easily stick with him. This is one factor involved. Another is that in the agreed-upon law of future predictions in sessions which are psychically acquired, are known to have many endless potential variables which can alter the history. So their perceptions may just be the most likely at that moment, but not to be looked at dogmatically, especially when into the distant future. All psychics and occult-sourced predictions have different degrees of accuracy, but never anything perfectly reliable as the prophecies in the Bible, but no one wants to talk about that. Sorry for another long-winded side quest, but also I lied. I am not sorry. Anyways, back to Bob and BB, the good old goofy-ass time-traveling, Incarnation hoppin', trans-dimensional whatever the heck, crew, shame-free possession. But it's the future. BB goes on to spill the futuristic beans, and poor old Bob's fragile mind palace is getting overstimulated with an overdose on complex knowledge. This man-child could never get past 2 chapters of my book. BB tones it down and changes the topic to distract him using his fan-favorite go-to catchphrase, "Come on, let's play." Bob is concerned future fun will be as intimidating as future crop harvesting, but reluctantly agrees. With technical consent now in BB's sharp, demonic, astral claws, click! Bob goes into a description of senses he experiences in a loose, disjointed manner, personifying his strange experience. Once his consciousness clicked back to normal, he asks what just happened. "Bitch, you are a motherfucking leaf. I turned your stupid ass into a leaf and you ate that shit up, ha!" For legal reasons, I have to clarify that I'm paraphrasing BB's eloquent words just slightly to create an atmosphere. BB is ready for round 2. Bob is reluctant and needs to change his astral diaper. Too bad. Click! Now all 5 senses are present, and Bob is vibing for real, feeling totally alive, possessing the consciousness of some majestic 4-legged creature. Panther Bob and BB's totally platonic, not gay. Relationship strengthens with every shared possession. Click. Another instantaneous consciousness shift. They are floating above the 2 panthers, watching them immediately bang it out real good. Bob blushes and turns away. BB doesn't move. His cells have almost ceased vibrating. His astral eyeballs won't even blink. BB approves. BB grins. "Why aren't you watching Bob? Nobody judges you in the future." Okay, that was more atmosphere. Another one. Click. It's bird o'clock now, and this fool is outrageously invested in bird flight for someone who's been astrally floating the 4D cosmos for decades. The details in all 3 possessions are extremely vivid, and I'm sure accurate to what it would feel like in these incarnations. I include them as another reminder of the abilities and range of control these nitwits have over our weak-ass consciousness. The boys finally take a break from possessing various sentient life, which is simultaneously being subconsciously programmed as an acceptable and harmless act for Bob and his readers. B breaks away for a bit to take care of some business, while Bob is left to badger his lady friend. They cover a few topics such as one-timers, souls on contract for one incarnation instead of the endless karmic cycle. What a sick deal. And those on their way to graduation, aka ascension to the next level, or possibly meaning joining with Source, unclarified. Then Bob asks if Humans Plus are currently in contact with any space foreigners. She says, not very much. There is some exchange, but it doesn't seem necessary or important. Not discussed any further, yet a large clue in my opinion. Considering the vast available lore of contactees and abductees, this is ridiculous to believe, especially considering the apparent attempt to create a replacement Nephilim descendant race. Assuming this future is legit, it's not. The malevolent NHI, whoever they are, failed miserably. Once again, another example of quickly glossing over the alien involvement concept. When discussed in detail from these spiritual informants, they either usually go full Stephen Greer saying we're the only evil and retarded sentient life in the universe. KJA, okay. Ironically, potentially true in the God stopped with us theory, which I'm technically very open to as far as creation in God's image goes, or the baddies make up a fraction of the aliens, but are no match for the Galactic Federation. Space legislation will save you. The darkest reveal in all of channeled lore regarding admittance of nefarious NHI are in the channeled series Allies of Humanity, a 4-part series. The friendly, non-interventionist space foreigners detail the plans of world domination from a nefarious faction that are taking the subtler, take over from within narrative. A half-truth, perfect for the mildly knowledgeable, highly neurotic conspiracy bro. Wait, I mean me from the not-so-distant past. Then you have the extensive future life regressions obtained from 300 or so testimonies within the same decade as Monroe's release in Mass Dreams of the Future, adamantly state that we are a part of some galactic federation by the end of the century, with large portions of the population on orbiting space stations, distant planets, active in trade over the galaxy. That book takes data from many corroborating sources, just like SRT. So on the surface, it seems more reliable than this one goofy-ass dude's testimony, and I'd agree, but the consistency between these many accounts are still going through the 1 or 2 regression therapists as a filter. A filter who absolutely has demons involved entirely. They will keep their lore straight for a single group or project, yet when cross-referenced with other groups, likely with various opposing beliefs and goals, they get their own consistent lore. A mind-blowing revelation to the individual regressionists. They always egotistically see themselves as some pioneer coming into their own occult knowledge, not able to see the reality when compared to the vast amounts of conflicting data obtained in similar means. They wouldn't dare waste time researching opposing information when they only have so much time to continue their own important work. And ironically, here I come with my pioneer wannabe head-ass saying, no, I got all this shit figured out. Trust me. B. Book 3. Ultimate Journey. The Power of Intention, Belief, and Consent. Bob is speaking to his buddy in Spacey and says,
Can we meet again?
All you need to do is ask for our help.
You mean meditating? Saying prayers?
The words and rituals are meaningless. It is the thought, the emotion, that is the signal. If the proper signal is given, we are able to help.
More than a half-truth, though I would say adding intent and consent as a more accurate framing of this, but of course, permission laws isn't a concept they want you considering due to the implications. In my years of research into the occult and hearing endless testimonies of rituals and the work of various practitioners, realizing the specific acts of rituals are meaningless in themselves, and that their only value is the emotion, intent, consent, and door that it opens to the intended summony or whatever end result desired. In Numbers 21, when the Israelites were wandering in the wilderness after their exodus from Egypt, they grew impatient and complained against God and Moses, expressing frustration about their lack of food and water and their dislike for the free, supernaturally gifted manna God provided. As a consequence of their rebellion and ingratitude, God sent fiery serpents, likely venomous snakes, among the people. Many Israelites were bitten and died. The term fiery may refer to the burning pain of the venom or the snake's appearance. The people recognized their sin and pleaded with Moses to intercede. God instructed Moses to make a serpent from bronze and set it on a pole. He told Moses that anyone who was bitten could look at the bronze serpent, have faith that this act would heal them, and live. Moses obeyed, crafting the serpent and raising it up. Those who looked at it in faith were healed and spared from death. The act of looking at the bronze serpent required faith in God's promise of healing. At the time, nobody, even Moses, understood the point of this ritual, as they were living before Jesus' incarnation. Pharisees and subsequent following of Judaism believe God stopped talking after Moses died, problematic on many levels. But don't even see how the Torah specifically contains a major encoded archetype of the concept of Jesus' crucifixion, saving all who believe in him. Side quest: Goth Babes LARPing. On a very different yet related note, in 1909, as told in Crowley's The Vision and the Voice, Crowley and Victor Newberg used a triangle drawn in the sand as the primary tool to contain the demonic spirit known as Choronzon. This wasn't a physical trap, but a symbolic boundary meant to confine the evoked entity's manifestation. The triangle was inscribed with divine names and sigils, believed to bind and control the spirit, following Goetic practices from texts like the Lesser Key of Solomon. The triangle served as a focal point for the demon's appearance, keeping its influence within a defined space. To lure Choronzon, they reportedly used blood offerings. Pigeons were sacrificed, and their blood was poured into the triangle. This was meant to anchor the demon's presence to the physical plane, making it easier to interact with or control. Crowley and Newberg operated from within a consecrated circle, a standard protective measure in ritual magic to shield the magicians from the entity's influence. The circle was likely inscribed with sacred names or symbols to reinforce its protective power. Crowley relied on specific invocations to summon Choronzon. He also used banishing rituals, like the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, to maintain control and dismiss the entity afterward. These verbal and symbolic acts were critical to managing the interaction. Newberg acted as the scribe, remaining in the circle to record the vision while Crowley entered a trance-like state to confront Choronzon directly. Newberg's adherence to the protective circle was key to maintaining the ritual structure, as Choronzon was said to attempt deception and chaos to break free. Oh, Crowley, you dramatic desert diva, scratching your arcane geometries into the indifferent sand like school children carving wieners into desks, believing these chalky lines and calculated incantations could cage the non-physical. See, according to the grand metaphysical courtroom of the universe, your rituals only worked because you poured your sweaty, fervent belief into them. Without that inner fire and mutual metaphysical buy-in, you're just two goth babes LARPing as lords of the underworld, deaf and blind to the neighboring realm, inhabitants laughing erratically at your overcomplicated charades. Oh, the hubris! Your commandments are scribbled in crayon, might be faintly heard mid-trance, muffled as if delivered by Discarnate Kenny in South Park. These ritualistic trappings, the triangles, the circles, the banishings borrowed from Solomon's dusty tomes, are but hollow theatrics, props in a cosmic farce. They possess no inherent power, no divine seal against the legions of hell, unless animated by the true metaphysical ordinance. The intent of the will, the raw emotion, and above all, the sacred law of consent, given or withheld. Law is what allows order to exist, and for life to reach its fullest potential, you malleable fool. Crowley claimed victory over Choronzon, spewing visions of deception through his own cadaver. But what was it truly? a self-inflicted possession, where the only binding force was his dangerously retarded ego consenting to the dance. They whisper that your doodles and chants suffice, luring you deeper into the Stockholm syndrome of the second heaven. Seamless transition. Tying back to Bob's original message from his astral buddy in Speaks, is that they will give you information that makes sense and may have large elements of poetic truths embedded. But that's the entry fee these guys happily pay to reel you in and feeding you a steady diet of heavily processed bologna with a long game agenda in mind that your flatland checker's brain may be unable to process. This is a classic case of groomed consent farming from Bob individually and the followers of his psychic hobbyists, training him to ritually offer his golden ticket of consent if he desires contact. And you have to mean it inside your bones. Your bone marrow must be replaced by densely concentrated consent, metaphysically bound, presentable as evidence in Yahweh's grand courtroom, not via transplant, but injected etherically from your own core. Shit. Wait, Source is boring. Early into the finale of this trilogy, Bob is conversationally guided by his guide that offers him a guided astral trip back to his original home, which he is very excited to see because he will likely return there after this incarnation. Home is where fragmented soul aspects originated before incarnating for learning, akin to a temporary rest state for the soul before choosing earthly experiences for growth. It aligns most closely with the idea of reconnecting with Source. He arrives feeling all warm and fuzzy, describing it vividly. I am skipping a handful of details. Find it on page 25 to 27.
The scene came into view, many-hued cloud towers, just as I remember, only they are not clouds, flowing in shades of glowing color, and there is music, 1,000 instruments, thousands of voices, melody, weaving upon melody, perfect counterpoint, just stretch out and let the clouds enfold me. 1,000 years is but an instant, so relaxing and absorbing. How great it will be when I return forever. Forever? Yes, a little worm intrudes upon my ecstasy. Is something wrong? There, the large, bright blue, followed by 2 smaller yellow ones. It's familiar. Others, and they are familiar too. What? That's exactly the same cloud frame. And the others, they are all the same. It keeps repeating over and over again. The same patterns in a repeating loop. The music, check the music. It can't be. But yes, it's repeating. Nothing new, nothing different. Now I remember, this happened to me before. This is why I left. I don't want to come back.
Oh God, Source is boring, is the conclusion Bob rapidly comes to. He is once again a broken man following this overhyped homecoming. Thanks Source, we have his gender-fluid guide to pick up that pieces. Inspec, just realized, is anagram for C penis. Hell yeah, we're keeping that. Declares Bob has obviously outgrown the human coat and glove, and will never again need to reincarnate. C penis wants to cheer up our depressed protagonist and decides to take him on another trip, this time to an oddly rounded off date, exactly 1 million years in Earth's past. 'Cause why the fuck not? Ancient nudist fudge packers rape Bob's mind for corn. They soon arrive in old Earth, which has the total population size of the number of modern-day slaves we have in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a bit over 2 million. But these guys are much more relaxed and not enslaved. They're all different colors, it seems, too, skin and hair. No children in sight. They're also a bit progressive, it seems, not really into expressing themselves via clothing, supposed to evoke Adam and Eve vibe, or maybe make Bob nervous. See Penis and Bob float down and greet the locals who seem to be expecting this interaction and ready to answer any and all questions, very friendly as all citizens are, just outside the rim of our current epoch and dimension. 4 beautiful babes come strutting over, calling Bob by name telepathically in modern American slang. How would he know American slang from the future? You know I love when Bob asks a good question, yet his soft astral brain once again falls victim to the double-layered truth. We absorbed it from your mind. No problem. Of course, another hive-minded telepathic society of hard-smiling nudists reminds me of something from like 11 pages ago. These Baywatch cast members share that they don't suffer from any diseases, injuries, and claim, "We stopped what you call dying long ago." Not in a tech bro CEO consciousness upload transhumany escape God's wrath kinda way, so I can't claim it's inherently evil. But Bob's first question is sparked by his confusion at their relatively low population numbers. Then you must control your reproduction. I'm not sure if he was trying to call them fudge packers or get a genuine cultural understanding here, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Anyways, these ancient fudge packers respond affirmatively, then declaring that they have plenty of children, and as if they are all channeling their inner Snow White, they perform a series of whistles to summon all their local animal life. These residents of the distant past admit to being vegetarians, as they do not eat their children like the Pharisees. Jesus will get this. Bob is curious what their diets consist of, so these fudgers very unoriginally copy the same method from Bob's future friends of the year 3000 and metaphysically transmute a fistful of dirt into Bob's personal aphrodisiac, Silver Queen corn. The exact same transmutation made by BB and pals from his journey to the year 3000. Yes, I know both communities are full of certified mind rapists, but why choose the exact same veggie? Is it not incredibly on the nose? Or on the cob, I should say? This is a massive, subtle clue in my completely unbiased opinion of the elaborate fuckery going on here. The corn reveals all I say. The squad then reveals how Bob and C. Penis's arrival was perfectly timed, as usual, as they were all just about to leave Earth onto the next planet to experience, after many thousands of years of immortality and chill vibes. They chose this moment to leave for 2 reasons. 1. They needed to train all of their fur babies how to survive without them, because despite 99.99% of every animal of all time being successfully homeless, these ones were too spoiled to develop independence, which is verifiably bad parenting. 2. They were awaiting the signal, revealing that it sourced from one of their own, Astral traveling the cosmos to find a new home world. They said they've waited thousands of years for him to figure this shit out, so they made him wait 100 years, showing up fashionably late out of spite. Show tune singing, Saddam Hussein. Within 8 pages of less important nonsense, Bob is itching and begging for more adventure. He is never pleased. The void is never filled due to the lack of God in his heart. But who needs God when you have C. Penis, of course, granting his every wish as any wise mentor does. Despite being disconnected from any perceivable lesson or growth, his guide takes him to a massive UFO behind the moon, 'cause why not? This miles-long saucer instantly shrinks to some 200 feet in diameter. Could be advanced tech, Could be a controlled vision with dream rules. Who knows? A figure walks out from a sliding doorway, revealing a semi-famous comic actor from the 30s and 40s named W.C. Fields, wearing his iconic top hat. A beloved figure from Bob's youth, apparently. Now, despite dying decades earlier from cirrhosis of the liver, a condition exacerbated by his well-documented long-term alcohol abuse, he somehow stands here in front of Bob, floating in space behind the moon, in a scalable UFO. And for the first time in decades, he isn't quite buying it. Coming to an obvious conclusion that this is a projection or shapeshifter pulling characters from his mind, he says, "You can drop the impersonation. I can take you exactly as you are." Oh, the irony, Bob. The revived corpse of Fields is having too much fun, though, and offers to swap to someone else. Groucho Marx, perhaps. This reading instantly triggered a memory of mine watching the first episode of South Park's 7th season, called Cancelled. The squad is taken to meet an alien on craft, which comes out as a show tune singing Saddam Hussein. The boys find it pretty mid, and the alien rotates through random A-listers, until Cartman requests a taco man who shits ice cream. Robert Monroe is basically Eric Cartman here. Fields, our astral alien friend, goes on to answer any and all questions, as on brand for all non-human beings, revealing that his cargo and work is focused on one thing, something incredibly rare on a cosmic scale, but highly concentrated on Earth. After playing the guessing game, he eventually reveals his life's work is dedicated to collecting jokes, our sense of humor, fun. Exporting them across the galaxy, he then states,
"You humans catch sight of our collection units every now and then, and get the wrong idea. You even make UFO jokes about us. All we want to do is look and listen. Nothing else. Apart from the odd practical joke just to keep in training."
Is this the best disinformation you got? I know this fool isn't claiming to represent all of alien life, but how gullible do you have to be to buy this? Whoever's idea this one was in the demonic PsyOps team board meeting should be fired immediately. He literally told Bob that very few planets have any form of comedy ingrained in their culture. The biggest sign of a soulless planet full of suckers and losers, if you ask me. All states of existence have endless potential for humor, mass suffering, overpamperedness, intelligent or retarded societies. Humor is for those endowed with a soul. Case closed. Moving on. The boy who wasn't spear resistant. Not long after that last meaningful encounter, C. Penis tells Bob that he no longer needs his guidance, and he's on his own, even though he's already a disembodied voice, so maybe he's just keeping his metaphysical mouth shut now, or tagged in his colleague for a break. Bob is sad and dependent on these vision dealers, but eventually decides he needs to look within, because narcissism is totally acceptable under the guise of a spiritual journey. Trust me, I would know. Where this man's wife is, I have no idea, as she's mentioned in passing, maybe once. Does he have kids? I have no idea, actually. Anyways, Bob makes a decision to go out of body and locate the earliest point in his conscious memory. A request clearly mentally broadcasted for any nearby mind rapists. He quickly comes upon a scene he remembers well. There was someone beside him who felt like a brother. Brother Man was nervous. Bob was pointing at a figure of a dying young man lying face down in a dusty road. A battle was going on around them, with maybe 60 men in short brown togas fighting an equal number of darker men with beards. Both squads had swords, spears, and round shields. The youngster had a spear in his back. He didn't seem like he enjoyed this. This was made more clear when he decided to die. Bob then remembers that years ago he had felt the pain of the spear in his back, referring to a recovered memory logged in his earlier book. Yet this time it was different, because he's pretty sure that kid got shanked and not him. He starts shouting at the dead kid, as any crazy old man would, yanking on his corpse. Soon the energy body of this kid's head comes out, and he pulls on this dead kid's soul head like it's a game at the county fair. And of course he won the prize. The eternal soul of this confused youthful murder victim, Score. Attempting to flee, getting harassed by this astral creep, he reaches for his sword, but turns out the sword was just lying on the ground, not dead like himself, thus yields no power over it. With no ghost swords in sight, he has no choice but to resort to unpleasant astral body language and sassy comebacks. Bob tries to cool down this hot potato and let him know it's all chill, bro. You're just dead and no longer alive. This somehow isn't obvious to the youngster, and he decides to hop back in the battle and die for real, mostly out of spite. He's left unscathed by a big old chest stab. Then some testosterone-fueled, bearded dude tackles him, and they start wrestling with little progress. Bob feels left out and goes to break up their steamy, intimate moment. And instead of getting annoyed at this old man for disrupting his flow state, the bearded ghost man gets into a classic sincere Asian apology position, chanting pagan nonsense. The boy who wasn't spear-resistant tells Bob the other guy thinks he's a god, and he himself wants to know if that's true, so he can start disrespecting gods accordingly. Bob, not taking a golden opportunity to get some street cred, claims to just be his friend, but forgot to say no homo. Mistake. This impaled new friend was then psychologically disarmed and takes Bob's invitation via hand so they can fly off into the astral realm sunset. But after flying upward a bit, he notices the spear absorber boy has vanished, which was for the best, because he wasn't sure where to take him anyways. That wouldn't get him in trouble with the astral police. His following thoughts.
This event was similar to a previous happening in an out-of-body experience many years earlier, but with some basic differences. Then I was the person being shown the dying youngster because I myself had experienced an inexplicable abdominal pain. Now I was the one who was showing the old me the reason. I had, it seemed, answered an earlier call for help. From myself. And the youngster, where did he go?
So many years prior to this, Bob experienced a past life memory where he was the impaled kid talking to his future incarnation self that came to somewhat peacefully help transition him to the next intermediary realm, a belief system territory, perhaps. I get it's pushing the whole time is a circle lore, wanting us to believe time doesn't exist whatsoever outside of our material realm. But if these are truly evil spirits banished here in the manner described in the Book of Enoch, then this idea of unsupervised, non-linear metaphysical time travel is more deception, attempting to convince you these dweebs have more power than they really do, simultaneously smoothing the minds of those absorbing missing time lore from abductions, when time dilation could theoretically account for all of it. But let's save that for later. It was me the whole time. Moments following this event and realization, Bob gets another signal and decides to continue this non-linear fever dream. He follows this signal and below him appears a small building, with a hole in the side of it and wide steps leading down. Inside he sees a man lying on a cot, thrashing around violently, sobbing in fear, desperately trying to pull two little children off of his shoulders. Fatherhood isn't for every man, obviously, so Bob reaches out and gently pulls the little rascals off of him, allowing the guy to chill for a second. Bob is holding the children and realizes they aren't children at all, but pet cats in the B.O.O.B state. Not only that, but they were his pet cats. Before he has time to process this scenario, he phases out back to his body. He then begins to collect his thoughts.
In the first incident many years ago, I was taken by someone and shown the primitive battle to explain a pain in my physical body that I was suffering at the time. I knew then that I was the young warrior impaled in the dust by a spear. Upon realizing this, I had returned to the physical in relief and understanding. This time, however, I was the one that was doing the showing. I was the one who took the then worried me to the old battle scenes hundreds or even thousands of years ago to explain the pain. So I was the one who was helping me. Also, I was the young warrior dying in the dust. That was the only way it made sense. This meant, therefore, there were three versions of me at the same place at the same time. In the second event from years back, I had been the one screaming for help, trying to dislodge the little demons who wanted to ride me like a horse, who seemed to own me. And then a serious-looking man came down the steps and took them off of me. I remembered he had looked familiar. Were all of such current non-physical events simply calls or screams for help from other eyes in different times and places? Have I been helping me through all these years?
This set of experiences happen in the same session, one after the other. Obviously, whoever is guiding these signaled to him are an outside force wanting to reveal these things to him so that he can come to this conclusion on his own. Now, instead of seeing these seemingly external guides as truly separate helpers, he is now coming to the conclusion that in reality they are future, evolved versions of himself, guiding his less developed current incarnation into evolving on the path to become this future self, becoming this Godhead culmination of many of his incarnations, which is not subject to time or space. This is another lesson to expand his awareness or whatever the fudge. But ultimately, it serves the agenda of promoting maximum narcissism, that you are your own God. But even more nefarious and on brand, it gives him this new world view in which to reframe the entirety of his past and future OBEs. How can you not trust yourself? External beings might lie and deceive you, but not future me. He would never. I love that guy. A ghost boner, a goner, a ghoul tool, a booner. Coincidentally, right as Bob starts to think back to previous encounters, trying to decipher what other astral entities was actually some other version of himself, he immediately starts getting new signals. All of the following signals would physically cause him pain to ignore, so he would, often reluctantly, follow them. Each one of these new signals would bring him to a discarnate, earthbound dweller, what the kids today call ghosts. Here's a fun one.
The signal flashed me to a city, then to an apartment building, and tightened into a bedroom in one of the mid-size apartments. There was a large and fancy king-size bed with 3 naked people on it, 2 men and a woman. One of the men was having very active sex with the woman, while the other was attempting to get in between them with no success. Each time he tried, he fell through the bed to the floor beneath. I knew he was the one who caused the signal, and wondered why he didn't keep falling right through the floor. I caught his attention on his next cycle from under the bed to the top of the copulating couple. He stared at me in surprise, his glistening erect penis
Gay.
waving up and down as he shook with excitement. Who the hell are you?
A ghost boner. A goner. A ghoul tool. A booner. Bob, this is not very family-friendly. You got a little too wordy with that description. Also, cucking in any dimension is still problematic. As for the dweeb with his dong out, can you even blame the guy? We've all been there. It's a direct hit to the astral balls when you agree to a threesome. But they won't let you have a turn, have some compassion. Bob, struggling to maintain eye contact, tells him it's not gonna work, and that he might as well come with him. Don't want to waste that thing. Refusing Bob's gay astral sex inquiry, reading between the lines, he says, "What do you mean it won't work? I've been waiting 10 years to get this piece of ass, and now I'm going to get it. Now, if she would just stop having it with Sammy, I could get it on with her." Bob then deflates his world view faster than his penis when he tells him he's dead. Initially in denial, the supernatural irony registers, and this dude is geeked. Bob shares a laugh with the discarnate sex criminal. He tells his new friend to come with him, and he grabs him by the peenie. I mean hand, of course, and they fly away together. A few moments later, they went slightly out of phase. His pervy friend says, "Let go of me. Will you let go?" Dude starts really spazzing out. Bob looks below and sees the pile. Years later, still the #1 most densely populated non-physical orgy in the entire tri-state dimension. He nearly dislodges his astral shoulder so that he could skydive fully erect into the pile. Bob's literal immediate response is, well, win a few, lose a few. The bastard is void of any heart. Where are the spirit attachments of SRT? Heartless bastard, Bob details a few more travels following the same formula. A dead person trying to interact with the world is totally unaware of their current state, followed by Bob making them uncomfortable with real talk, to a quick 180 where they decide to fly away with him. Each time, except Booner Man, vanishing once they fly off for a bit, leaving Bob to assume they were metaphysically transported to the appropriate realm. These scenarios are just more wood-building of the false demonic cosmology, attempting to maintain the stereotypical ignorant, confused, and amnesic ghosts who aren't even aware they're dead, which is retarded considering the lore shows they can go decades without figuring it out, despite consistent failed interactions with a single living thing or person. I've met some comparatively empty vessels in my day for sure, but this is a bit silly, right? And how come ghosts in Bob's cosmology don't become attachments, merging consciousness with living humans? They just hang around them, failing to sex them, completely incompatible with the entirety of SRT lore, where ghost attachments overcome with material desires allegedly attached to the human host to live vicariously through them, feeling what they feel, as well as increasing their urges. Bob begins to find this new direction boring and unfulfilling. Helping others? Nah. If it isn't exclusively benefiting past, present, or future me, I'm good. He additionally states,
I felt that I had lost control. Some part of me that I wasn't aware of had taken over, and I certainly didn't understand it.
Maybe he's just trying to come off deep and disturbed for the lady, sure. But I can't help but view this as poetic irony. Within a few paragraphs of a pretentious word salad, he says,
I felt no fear because of the known. I was I, there was I. Can one be afraid of oneself?
If I ever say some dumb shit like that, please righteously slap me in front of a crowd. This is what narcissism and decades of merging with the demonic will do to you. Bob penetrates the Akashic records. He decides to continue indulging and claims to be
Turning inward and penetrating the eye there of me, I immediately encountered the expected, a layer or file, library or mainframe containing every moment of my life to date, with more pouring in that matched exactly my thoughts and actions as I conducted the investigation. This was far more than memory, as we consciously think of it. Upon selection of any given point in the past, I relived the event in every detail, down to each minute sensory input, thought, and emotion. I soon realized supermemory was not altogether pleasurable. With such intense hindsight, one becomes all too painfully and sadly aware of the many irrational decisions made, the stupid mistakes, the missed opportunities.
Bob finally penetrates the Akashic records, at least of his own life, an entire memory collection. Are these previously forgotten minute details being filled in with falsities by the demon overseeing this experience? Or it is connecting him to his true inner library with every accurate detail? If it's the latter, it would prove the degree of knowledge these dweebs are capable of obtaining. Whenever they impersonate a deceased loved one, telling you things only they would know, it seems to poke a hole in that logic. If they have this kind of detailed, instantaneous access to every living person's, perhaps just those granting access to varying degrees, memories, and data. Think of what deceptions could be accomplished with thousands of years of planning. So many weird ones. It seems the interdimensional dweebs may have this same supermemory, or at least access to it, which is a useful tool for carrying out long-spanning complex deceptions, and of course a double-edged sword of suffering for even mildly untraumatized, incarnate normies, let alone whatever the fudge they are. I digress. Bob shares one of his earliest recovered memories.
I had a very young memory of hiding under a big bush just outside my grandmother's front porch. Afterward, I could never understand why I had been hiding there. I wasn't afraid, but something kept me there. Now I knew. I had feces in my pants, and I didn't want Mommy to find out. A big moment for a 4-year-old.
Are you not entertained? Bob's like, yeah, I had poopy pants, so what? Mad respect to any man who owns his poorly timed shit. Now, the mommy part was a bit much, but regardless, still hilarious. He then recalls a memory as an 18-year-old, where he climbed down a 70-foot well to figure out why no water was coming out. He began having a panic attack at the bottom. Then, all of a sudden,
Slowly, the feeling of a warm intelligence seemed to surround me, flowing very gently into my body. It seemed to blend into every part of me, body and mind. I became a part of that intelligence, or the intelligence became a part of me. There didn't seem to be any difference.
He then goes on to relay a message it gave him, which he could only crudely translate into words. It's a heartfelt message of an entity trying to pass itself off as the Creator God, using sweet poetic language seemingly to plant a seed of spiritual curiosity. This poser says,
"It is your destiny to become more than I can ever be."
Yep, definitely not Yahweh, yet insinuates itself as the Creator with
You have reveled in the beauty and ingenuity of my other children spread across my surface.
This vivid flashback is one he claimed to have totally forgotten until now, leading to a fond memory of him becoming partially possessed. romanticizing the situation. While it's already sketchy enough, there's one of two scenarios playing out. One, this is a fully accurate event from his young adulthood, showing how he was chosen long ago as an ideal candidate for further deception, though it's not unlikely that they plant these seeds in plenty of people. He never had his first OOBE until 20+ years after, anyway. 2. This is a partially true memory of his time in the well, with the added narrative of his origin as a chosen one, a very special little man. He has no reason to doubt this, as it reaffirms his dwindling ego. He will say to himself, "Oh yeah, now I remember. How could I forget?" But that's exactly the same confidence those recovering, false past life memories feel, and due to his long-standing history as a useful idiot. Why should this be any different? Bob's many lives before he was Bob. Diving deeper into his past, of course, gets him into previous incarnations, many of which seem more than mundane. In one, he's a 12th century English architect who is beheaded by the government for righteously opposing worker conditions where many of his colleagues were crushed due to crude scaffolding. But the Brits didn't kill him. He emigrated to France, where the exact same thing happened at the same type of job, and those French bastards killed him. In another, he was a seafarer who single-handedly saved his ship from crashing by navigating rocky waters, losing 3 men. One was his BFF, Sad. Bob even finds out how he first came to Earth from his home, the place earlier that was pleasant but boring and repetitive. He reveals his KT-95, the exact same home world, insinuating there's many more, as AA and BB. Just like AA, he also came to Earth on a cosmic tour and indulged in incarnation, instantly becoming addicted, getting stuck. In another, he was a priest about to go forth with some initiation process. Chill, never weird or dark.
The ritual began with the priests forming a circle around a flat stone altar, chanting in droning tones. A frightened young girl was brought in, stripped of her clothing, and tied spread eagle on top of the altar. Although shocked, I then could not help becoming sexually aroused.
Dude, your wife is gonna read this. Maybe chill out a bit? Thanks for the honesty, but there's a line. These lame-ass pronouns aren't gonna save you this time.
The high priest motioned I, then to move in and possess the girl. I stepped dutifully forward, stood beside the girl, and staring down her fear-stricken face, was caught by something in the depth of her eyes. After a long moment I turned away, looked at the high priest, and shook my head in refusal. Immediately there was a bright flash of white light, and the life of this eye then ended.
Boy, if I had $1 for every hypothetical hero that came around and bragged about avoiding the rape and pedophilia charges by the skin of their teeth, I'd have quite a few dollars. And what's your prize for not soiling the innocence of an underage girl despite overwhelming peer pressure? You guessed it? You get to bang her in a future incarnation. Long game, baby. Thanks, karma. Bob reveals his current wife, who was otherwise mentioned briefly maybe 1 or 2 other times in these 3 books, was that same girl in her past life, according to her own recovered memories. Wow, what are the odds? Actually, it's like 50% now that I think about it. According to SRT therapist Baldwin, 50% of couples that came in for joint sessions were lovers in a past life. Damn karmic balance. You really out here balancing the fudge out of thangs. Bob meets Bob Binary. Bob's journey to self-discovery, arguably the most important journey, continues as he begins directly communicating with what can be equated to his personal godhead, the culmination of all of his past and future incarnations, which exist outside of time, but also trapped inside his bones. It's /they, origin of non-binaryism, just wasn't perceivable until this moment, and now that it's /they be/ are communicating, they are ready to answer all of questions. These helpful non-binary Bob binary, yeah, why not? First describe how they operate on a functional level. Due to Bob's concern, they might be a mishmashed conglomerate energetically.
We are highly organized. You know the memory layer when you moved in. It's neatly set up in serial form, and also by category. So are all the other existence patterns we've been through. You can look up what you want immediately.
Oh, duh. Makes sense. Monroe's Godhead describing what sounds less like divine consciousness and more like demonic entities flexing their filing system, or the ability to convey it in this manner, for the false memories they're able to implant. The administrative language describes database architecture, leaving this again feeling inorganic. If these were genuine memories accumulated through actual reincarnation cycles, they'd be layered, interconnected, emotionally weighted, and contextually embedded rather than organized like a corporate SharePoint server with search functionality. But what do I know? Desperate, interdimensional Godhead. Bob Binary then reveals that they're the ones responsible for many of his guided projections where no visible being was present. They actually wanted him to contact them sooner, and were surprised it took so long. They were the ones giving him pain when he ignored the previous signals, because they wanted him to rescue a few lost souls, a job they typically are doing, so that he would try to find out the source of the signal and what they want. Weirdly intrusive and desperate for multidimensional Godhead. But what the fudge do I know? Bob Binary also reveals that they collectively are responsible for his and all of their collectives, incarnations, time, place, DNA, etc. When prompted, they tell Bob many humans have no previous experience as one, whether coming up from incarnations as animals or another non-physical realm where they previously lived. Nothing weird, just our universe, dog. Bob Binary reminds him of the various close calls with the death over the years and how they were responsible each time for saving his life. Not only that, but one of the identities, Tallow, likes to pull tricks and is responsible for randomly timed appearances of no more than $6 of cash showing up in the same pair of pants. Ha! Got him. Then comes the catch. All this assistance and man-hours aren't coming purely out of the kindness of their shared etheric heart. But Bob is actually the chosen one. He's chosen as fuck.
I'll be damned.
Bob, we know you won't. We won't let you. This life experience you're putting together, it's far too valuable.
Why? What do you mean?
It leads to freedom, and it's your ride. You're in charge. We're not much more than a cabin of screaming passengers, hoping we'll find it and shouting advice.
Find what?
The way out. Escape velocity. Not just eternity, but infinity.
I think I see. What am I supposed to do?
You are the best chance we have ever had. We shall support and help you all the way. We can't do everything, but there's a great deal we can do. Encouraging you to think what you call out of body finally worked.
Then I'm no more than a surrogate of you?
When you began this lifetime, yes, you were. As you grew in experience, You have become a brand new personality. The mix you started with has been gradually melding into the whole.
Despite Bob's initial insecurity about just being used as a vessel and a key to the escape hatch of this realm or their current existence or whatever the hell they're saying, insinuating it may be the rejoin with source vibe or something outside of their attachment to their godhead hive mind, he quickly forgets this and is down to be a team player. The initial speaker, on behalf of the hive mind tags in another one of Bob's past selves they call Asha, which is the shortened version of Ashanine. The name Sea Penis Inspec refers Bob as on multiple incarnations, insinuating his Ashanine incarnation is cooler and more likable than plain old Bob. Asha then offers Bob psychic abilities outside of astral projection, but he says, nah, I think I'm good. Asha immediately follows up with,
We did not believe those were needed, but if you do want one of us to use your body and talk while you go somewhere else, just relax and go to sleep.
No, I don't want to be a channel. That's not a route to freedom as I see it.
Bro talked to Bob for 30 seconds and was like, hey, you can trust me. Can I borrow your body sometimes? I need you to say yes. Don't ask why. Why are you uncomfortable? I'm literally just you, but with another identity formed in a different incarnation. And now I'm trapped in this metaphysical, non-temporal hive mind with these boring-ass losers. And I just really want to feel something. Please, I'll take anything. Just let me shit for you. I'll wipe it real good. B.B. Asha went crazy there, and even Bob didn't fall for it. Like what? Play it cool next time. Changing the topic to stall until Bob's pattern recognition gears slow down, B.B. Asha goes on about how important Bob's work is for the world, and how he needs to continue. Bob is curious how many incarnations are combined in this Godhead collective. B.B. Asha says 1,000 perhaps, or more. We stopped counting long ago. Quit playing dumb heifer. Bob asks, why is he doing it again then? Responded with,
To find one final piece, and you are very close. When you have it, we lift off. We shall be gone.
Of course, there is no follow-up with what that might be. They then tell Bob that there is another backup soul incarnated in their shared godhead that is a backup conduit if he fails, but he's their first choice at least. Bob asks why more of the 1,000+ don't come back and reincarnate to help. They would, but it's just so dangerous apparently. 9 out of 10 get lost and attached to a toxic belief system, keeping them in the reincarnation cycle again. Yeah, no thanks. Too risky, but hey, you got this, bro. Wait, I thought time didn't exist. So wouldn't they know if that were to happen to them in advance? This metaphysical time travel stuff is friggin' tough to decipher, I tell ya. Bob Binary wants to send Bob on his way, as the answers to his questions get more and more meaningless and gay. Bob asks if he can reach them again. When he needs, they respond with, from this point on, we are as close to you as your own skin. Hey, okay. Not creepy. Too honest, maybe. Bob then says to the reader,
It is impossible to describe the sum of the love energy distilled from more than 1,000 lifetimes, which, as I have learned, each eye there of each human has in store.
Just another reminder of how much they can inject you will, synthetic yet potent wholesome good vibes in attempt to lower your defenses and discernment. They want you lathered up in butter so they can fry your soul on a grimy skillet in hell. Well done, dry, no sauce. That goes for any emotion, it seems, let alone arising thoughts and then some. It seems the more you relinquish consent to varying degrees, the more this influence can take hold. And just as he left his inner world, within one page he decides he misses his 1,000+ homies and goes back for another hanged sesh. Having questions about aliens, the B.O.B binary collective tells him that there are perhaps trillions of species of advanced intelligence in the universe. Their collective godhead has actually only one non-human embedded with them. Coincidentally, the recently mentioned prankster, Tallow. They are not really sure how he joined them, actually. Okay then. So much riding on these feeble astral shoulders. After dumping more nonsense word-salady lore on B.O.B, they finally reveal the mission they need him to accomplish. Here it is. Here it comes. The time is now. Now is the time. B.O.B must find B.O.B binary and himself a new home in the universe, and the path will be decided by finding and meeting the right alien species and then appropriating their culture, of course. They have learned enough here. There is no reason for us to stay. B.O.B is worried he may pick the wrong race, or that he'll get lost. They reassure him everything's totally chill and regular. If any of that happens, he can just join the Discarnate hive mind and wait patiently for the next member to give it a shot. No pressure. Yet the pressure is building on B.O.B's feeble astral shoulders. Despite B.O.B binary's undying positivity and support, he continues to express doubt in his abilities, worried he will let down his 1,000 other selves, the last person I'd want to disappoint. B.O.B binary affirms their confidence in him and offer him a sensory/visual glimpse of their support to boost morale.
We can help you with that. We can show you a sample of the support you have here in our own cluster. Do you wish to see this?
Please, thousands of hands reaching out to touch me, eyes staring at me with joy and hope, overwhelming radiance I know, as love sweeping over me into every part of my being. All of these I am, we are, and emotion. From the bittersweet smell of success to the pain of parting, mixed with fun and laughter, the anger of ignorance, the blindness of belief without foundation, the beauty, the sound of singing voices.
Does that help you?
It does. Is there more?
I know this book is overflowing with dark, creepy shit that I need to juggle with silly, goofy boy vibes to maintain readability for the brain-rotted new agers that I'm not so secretly trying to convert to Christianity. But this one gets me feeling some type of way. When looking at the bird's eye view of this scenario, the fact that they are going through all of this trouble, not that they have anything better to do, just to supply him with a multi-layered false cosmology, which he will spread to his many readers and fans, is near peak evil yet admittedly genius. This whole segue in Book 3 is meant to not only solidify the concept of a vast, overpopulated universe, minimizing humans as nothing special, while simultaneously making each individual in awe by these potential relationships with their own guides/godhead/etc., aka Dweebs. Not only that, but causing any believer to dive deeper into narcissism, inflating the ego they claim to kill, making themselves their own god, disassociating from society and their fellow man and hoes more and more, making them desire life on an imaginary, distant planet of superior beings, desperately trying to escape the reincarnation cycle of this planet in hopes of maybe finding a better one. Well, if every asshole with a god complex reaches for the stars like that, who will be left on Earth to fix it? What a fricked-up mentality they are subtly crafting in the minds of B.O.B and his silly readers. Think about what he is feeling and experiencing on a visceral, sensory level with these grandiose visions. He is literally hooked like a junkie on the corner, needing constant validation and guidance from demons to feel special and important. A deeply insecure egomaniac with male pattern baldness energy, and literally. I would love to spare some Hallmark card classy Christian mercy on this flabby conduit of evil, but I am a flawed vessel myself, and suffer from intense and impatient passion for righteousness, despite God's full jurisdiction over judgment. C. Penis is Bob. Moments later, Bob himself is telling Bob Binary, club of his other selves, how he wishes C. Penis was here to see this love and support from himself. Bob Binary starts making fun of him for not figuring it out yet, then revealing the obvious twist that C. Penis was also Bob the whole time. Wowza, albeit a future advanced version of him. The individual or hive mind version, I'm not sure, but none of this makes sense anyways, so I will move on. Bob has defeated God. Not much later, Bob is doing his thing out in the vast open astral, when suddenly he is unable to travel or move, frozen in place, a very meta version of sleep paralysis. He hears a voice in his head which is described as cold and admonitory.
I am the Lord thy God, whom you serve.
Followed by
A feeling of intense pressure, as if I am dissolving. Now I am in water. My lungs are full of water. I must have air. Get rid of the water. No, it can't be. It isn't so. There is no water. I have no lungs. I am being made to think that is where I am. It is an influence. I know it is not so. The pressure releases. I can feel fingers of energy probing for the core of me. I can stop this. Close the receptors. Close tight. I remember how...
You do not remember. You do not remember.
But I do. I remember the tests. They were so real. I am ready for this demanding energy. It cannot harm me. But what is this? What God can this be? It cannot harm or affect me.
Do you not accept me as your God?
The idea of a God that threatens amuses me. I let this idea flow out.
Do you not fear me?
I release a picture of me blowing apart again and again into a million fragments and reconstituting after every explosion.
You are damned. You are no more than wasted energy of me, who is your Lord.
The energy fades to a tiny point and vanishes.
Wow. I take back every sassy comment and hardcore roast I've slapped Bob with up to this point. He's a legit badass. I mean, whoa. He really made alleged God of the Universe look like a pathetic loser, huh? Psych. First of all, it's obvious they're continuing their focused bad press campaign for God in a way that's shockingly unrealistic, yet no readers I can find online point out this insane tomfoolery. Bob never states if he believed that was truly God or some form of a god, but either he was some degree of a god or an imposter. And if he's an imposter, Bob, you should be asking why he did this, and why his defeat was hinged on you mentally, spontaneously combusting, pushing this mental fart at him. His desperation is comedic. You say he can't affect you, but he just trapped you in an astral headlock, then gave up his power immediately. WWE is more realistic. Hell, Midget Mayhem is more convincing. Additionally, this god admittedly froze his movement and then gave him a vision and accompanying physical perceptions, making his genuinely believe for a moment that he was drowning. Decades in the astral, and he still can't easily spot an impressed false vision quickly at all. This was a win-win for the Dweeb team. He either casts it off purely from sheer willpower, his own authority, not Christ's, or is succumbed to fear and say, yes, I accept you, let me go, giving a big heaping bowl of consent, though they seem to have maxed out. They have full control. They were never going to hurt him or let him lose. He's batting 1,000 in this realm, all thanks to his guidance from himself and also his other selves. Oh, don't forget just him. Me, me, me. A one-syllable word on a focused loop, rapid firing through his translucent and visibly empty noggin. No, you're a hypocrite. Death by being mega chill. After pantsing rude God in front of the whole universe, Bob coincidentally soon encounters Source, or maybe just the gatekeeper to it, as it's not clarified. He won't let Bob come in and join the Borg, which leads to another tantrum. Gatekeeper dude tells Bob he's incomplete, gives him a simple universalist poem, and sends him back. As he's flying at light speed back to his realm, Bob Binary reconnects, as Bob was too far to be connected somehow. They tell him to hurry back to his body, as he's been gone for a dangerous amount of time. He's a good boy who does what he's told, and wakes in the useless material realm to his body in shock. Very cold, extremely low blood pressure, the pulse of an expired cadaver. Echt. He states it took him several days feel normal again. Was Bob close to death here? Is it possible to die in this state? There is a documented phenomenon called entering Mahasamadhi, or dying consciously. It's a wholesome, spiritualist term for killing yourself, just in preferably less physically violent means. The ultimate consent form to giving your soul away sad. There are stories and traditions, especially in certain Indian and Tibetan spiritual lineages, that describe advanced yogis or meditators voluntarily leaving the body at death through deep meditative absorption when the practitioner decides their work is complete. Paramahansa Yogananda, Swami Vivekananda, Ramana Maharshi disputed timing, and many lesser-known sadhus are said to have entered Mahasamadhi, sitting in meditation, slowing/stopping breath and heartbeat, and consciously leaving the body. In some cases, disciples claim the yogi announced the exact day and time weeks or months in advance, then sat down, went into deep samadhi, and the body simply dropped. Pulse and respiration ceased, while the body remained upright, and that sometimes reportedly did not decay for days. In Tibetan Buddhism, they call it phawa, consciousness transference, or tukdam. In this practice, the body of a realized meditator can stay warm, flexible, and without rigor mortis for days or weeks after doctors declare death. Heartbeat and brain activity flatlined. There have been a few documented modern cases studied by Western researchers. This practice goes by more names in other various cultures. Was Bob on the verge of this? His work wasn't done. He's much too influential and had plenty more to benefit the demonic agenda. Focus 27. After detailing said work over the coming months and years at his Monroe Institute, complete with training courses and a consciousness experiments meant to validate Bob's expanding cosmology and spread it to as many future cult members as possible, Bob then details his branded focus states. Here is a quick rundown of the first and typically accessed states. Focus 10. Mind awake, body asleep. Deep physical relaxation while remaining fully conscious. Focus 12. Expanded awareness. Deeper state where intuition, insights, and non-physical perception increase. Colors may appear brighter, Guidance or inner knowing becomes stronger. Focus 15. No time state. Linear time dissolves. Past, present, and future feel simultaneous, often used for manifestation or contacting higher aspects of self. Focus 21. The bridge to non-physical realities. Edge of the physical world. Many people have their first clear out-of-body experiences here or contact deceased loved ones. Focus 22. Drunken or dreamlike state. Area of coma patients, deep sleep, or confused consciousness after death. Perception is foggy and non-linear. Focus 23. Territory of stuck souls after physical death, inhabited by people who are trapped in belief system territories or trauma loops. Focus 24 to 26. Belief system territories, regions created and maintained by strong human beliefs, religious heavens/hells, etc. Souls reside here until they choose to move on. Focus 27. The Park or Reception Center, a human-created, beautiful, non-physical area where guides help newly deceased people and where advanced explorers build their own spaces. It's the hub of Monroe's later work. Focus 28, described as
beyond not only time-space but human thought, residence in 28 or beyond limits, any return to a physical human body.
These go on to 34/35, 42, 49, etc. Not sure how they can come back and describe without being suicided, but it's present in the lore. Just saying. For now, we're gonna focus on number 27. Bob tells us,
Each individual is invited to create his own personal and special place within Focus 27, a place to which he may return at will. The forms that these places take are as varied and unique as the participants themselves, ranging from log cabins by quiet streams to clumps of trees, South Sea islands, palaces of crystal, and corners of one's heart.
I know exactly what you're thinking. This totally explains the 72 Virgins lore's origin. Charlie really was thinking small with his singular manifested woman, though I suppose it's a lot of yapping to deal with. I would probably tap out at like 7 or 8 anyway. I can't talk. Dematerialization has got to be an option for the mouthy ones, I'm sure. Anyways, this entire concept again reveals the ability to go to Mormon heaven whenever you want, and craft whatever your heart or dong desires, to a detailed, realistic degree with zero restrictions. Is this beginning to sound familiar? Is a pattern forming, perhaps? Methinks so. Keep in mind, if this is truly an ability foreign to natural full humans, powered exclusively through demonic involvement, then this is a place the Dweebs themselves can go at any time, living out any fantasy they desire. An ability it seems safe to assume is ingrained in all of angel kind, fallen or not. A double-edged sword gifted to the demonic as a means of mercy, as well as a weapon forged against us. God utilizes evil forces to fulfill the testing of humanity, a necessary evil which will always persist in a free will universe with permission-based guardrails. But do not get it twisted. This is something we only deal with in this material realm, and this era, as the Millennial Kingdom will also be free of demonic interference, allowing us to truly be ourselves, or whatever bumper stickers tend to say. More is said about Focus 27.
The guidance that may be requested according to our participants in many different forms. It may appear externally or sensed internally. It may be constant through all the experiences or may change from time to time. Reports include mention of a glowing white shape, an individual called Sam, a hooded figure who revealed himself as a famous film star, a little dog, the color blue, a human hand, and voices saying, "We are here." Some participants do not see guidance as separate from themselves in any way. Guidance and I are one, as one report says.
Even in your personal paradise, totally created just by your own will, has visitors or guides always with you. Even when alone in the astral realm, the travelers often admit to feeling hands guiding them, if not incredibly difficult to ignore intuition, which is sometimes painful if ignored. Your guide could be future you stalking his past self, weird, or a collection of many of your past selves grouped as a hive mind Borg waiting to escape this realm. Sure, I suppose that makes sense. But the idea of demons masking as these various dumb characters and being present the whole time seems obvious when zoomed out compared to the rest of the lore. I'm running out of new things to say. You get the point. Bob then shares testimonies from his cult members' experiences in various focus states, many insightful but semi-repetitive quotes to share and points to make. But one that made me laugh was,
"Just when I was about to give up finding anyone, a little Irish lady looked up at me and said, 'Wait, don't you go back without me.' She immediately jumped into my vehicle, a double pyramid emerald, and talked all the way to 27.
You don't need a license to drive a sandwich. SpongeBob.
This is immediately what came to mind. Classic. Following the chronological order of events in the book, Bob tells us his wife Nancy was sadly murdered to death by cancer. But good thing Bob prepared for this. His grieving isn't detailed as a great struggle, coming off very minimal since he can still see Nancy whenever he wants. And that's exactly what he does, visiting her in Focus 27, getting freaky with his dead wife whenever he wants. He's been married for 23 years. There's no way a demon masking could convincingly portray her personality to her husband. That's crazy, ha ha ha. Otherwhere. Kurt Leland's Otherwhere follows equally grandiose visionary experiences with his own perspective. It's a much more underground source than Monroe's widely recognized works, but I find aspects of Leland's more on the nose and revealing in the details. Leland, of course, was a huge fan of the Journeys trilogy that I just took a huge dump on. He also served as a participant, researcher, and contributor whose personal experiences during his Monroe Institute sessions deeply informed his work. In 1988, he underwent a transformative lab session in the Personal Resource Exploration Program, PrEP, detailed some in his book. Before becoming a prolific astral traveler, Leland claims he began channeling on his own in 1980, an entity named Charles, who apparently helps people in the same way Edgar Casey's contacts did. Leland's first book, Menus for Impulsive Living, came out 9 years later, and he claims he had written the book with the help of Charles. He doesn't go out of his way to mention if Charles or any other astral homies are involved in the writing of this book via channeling. Obviously, everything here is sourced from them. I don't think it's unreasonable to assume here. Every astral traveler book follows the pattern of using slightly different terminology to essentially represent the same type of astral beings or locations, sometimes named by what feels right to the practitioner, sometimes names provided by the entities encountered themselves. Here are some examples that may or may not be referred to in this subchapter, discussing a few in more detail than others. Non-physical entities in Otherwhere. Shades. Lowest on the hierarchy, souls of the dead, new or haven't found their job yet. Sleepers, those unaware of their presence in the astral realm. Their outlines may appear fuzzy or indistinct, and they move in slow motion. Attempts to interact with them are usually frustrating, behaving as if they're drugged. Rangers, fully aware of their presence in the astral realm. More defined outlines and quick movers, mentally present, ECT. Their function is exploring and gathering information. Personal trainers. Just above the lowest on the hierarchy, shades are personal trainers. These discarnate dweebs apparently help those who are alive by training them in their sleep. Facilitators. Next, above personal trainers. These guys help the shades with various tasks, such as giving them a life review, preparing them for their next incarnation, or discussing their life plan. There are 3 subclasses of facilitators. Personal attendants, who guide a particular shade through the stations of the after-death zone. The technicians, who are in charge of the operations that go on at any one of these levels, including teaching classes at the university, and administrators, who oversee the running of the stations. Overseers, top of the food chain in Otherwhere. Overseers are Leland's term for Monroe's inspecs, intelligent species, or other occult practitioners, ascended masters. They are said to oversee the spiritual evolution of humanity. They are former humans who no longer are required to reincarnate. They claim that every one of these different employees working in Otherwhere are all aspiring to become an overseer. On one occasion, where Leland was taking a lab session at Monroe Institute, an overseer temporarily merged consciousness with Leland and channeled through him to explain who they are and work they're a part of. Instructors, any disembodied voice providing instructions or posing a challenge or puzzle to take place in specially formulated reality. Gatekeeper, based off of some faulty misinterpretations of Matthew 16:19, some Christians believe St. Peter stands as the gatekeeper of heaven, as depicted in medieval Christian art and literature. After this was already culturally established, Dante's Inferno was released and depicted heaven's gatekeeper as the same St. Peter. In Egyptian mythology, the jackal-headed god Anubis weighs the heart of the deceased, also Osiris, or Yama for Hindus and Buddhists. Same archetypes, minimal variations, using different names to seemingly cater to different cultures. So the question would be, is your culturally influenced subconscious supplying the imagery and character for this non-physical entity? Or is it coming from outside, choosing its mask based on what you already know or believe? I'm ridiculously biased towards the latter, of course, and that alone is evidence of their ability to read your mind, so the idea of them hijacking it to some degree isn't much of a stretch. After death. Ferryman claims it's his duty to transport the dead back to physical reality to visit their still-living relatives. Souls of the dead are only rarely allowed to visit physical reality. After asking Leland how he appears to him, he describes bulging and bloodshot eyes, a disfigured face, a skull on the tip of his oar. He says, "I see you've represented me as Charon, the ferryman of the dead in Greek mythology. How poetic!" They reaffirm the idea often of how every visual aspect of his experience is of his own creation. This benefits their agenda because anybody who goes out of body coming back with completely different details visually will see many common attributes with the overall dynamics, explaining away any seemingly opposing lore, giving them range to more loosely craft these worlds and experiences as opposed to a strict guideline to copy and paste for everyone, which may be much harder to pull off. Also, this technically could be considered a half-truth, as they seem to be crafting his experience largely by taking concepts out of his mind that he is already familiar with. Harvester, non-physical entities that operate as psychic farmers within the afterlife's belief system territories, subtly extracting emotional and mental energy, primarily fear, guilt, anger, or dogmatic devotion, from souls trapped in rigid, consensus-based illusions shaped by their earthly beliefs. Disguised as authority figures aligned with each territory's theme, such as demons in hell zones or angels in heavenly realms, they perpetuate cycles of ritual, confession, and dependency to keep souls productive, sustaining both themselves and the structural integrity of these stagnant realms while blocking spiritual progression toward higher, receptive planes like the park. Jesus. Leland never encountered a figure claiming to be Jesus himself, though never remained a Christian by the time he was an astral traveler, so no reason for the mask, though mentions his view that all the many claims of Jesus, encounters out of body by others, are purely manifestations of the Christian translation table at work. So he believes entities will mask as a trusting or pleasing form on behalf of the experiencer's belief system, but only for their benefit, not even mentioning the potential for any intentional deception. Creatures. Early on, Kurt was pulled out of his body while sleeping and got bullied and tortured by what he saw as gargoyle-like demons. After a bit, a shining presence, so bright he couldn't look at it directly, came and scared them off. Is this a good cop, bad cop situation? Or a legitimate angelic figure saving him? Think back to Monroe's similarly described situation where he was saved by shape-shifting entities he believed to be subconsciously manifested thought forms. Well, almost as if he got that same script. Leland states that he believes he saw these non-physical beings in this way due to his indoctrination via his Christian upbringing, whom he shits on all throughout the book, subconsciously impressing these visuals for them, or these demonic spirits, known to be mind readers as well as shapeshifters, pull from his mind whatever appeals to his current understanding, as well as works as a medium to the beliefs they want him to impress on him. His intuitive reframing of this event could easily be an influenced one after all. He later addresses these beings as creatures, because it implies something created, from his own mind specifically.
If I enter non-physical reality feeling a lot of fear, that emotion, it can manifest itself as a frightening monster, a creature.
Translation: demonic entities aren't real. All non-manifested encounters will be with benevolent beings, at worst neutral. Doubling down on this, another passage has the quote,
"Nothing in Otherwhere can harm you, except something you create from your own fear."
Shadow person.
On several occasions, I've been awakened in the middle of the night by a non-physical entity standing at the foot of my bed. This being appears to be shrouded entirely in black. A hood obscures his face. The entity gently shakes my foot until I awaken. It then takes me on a journey into non-physical reality. If I were to use the Christian translation table to interpret the entity's presence, I might see it as the dark angel, one of the company of angels thrown out of heaven with Lucifer. Terrified by such a visitation, I will resist going with the entity. The way it woke me up reminded me of how my mother would get me out of bed for school. The entity seems to have chosen this action so that I would realize that its intentions were as loving and supportive as my mother's. Furthermore, I was being awakened for a kind of schooling, the exploration of non-physical reality.
I have nothing to add here. Another quote found nearby is Leland stating,
It's certainly possible that rescuers, guides, and some of the other non-physical species I'll describe later may be the same kind of being in a variety of roles.
yes, we finally agree on something. Non-physical locations in Otherwhere. The Redemption Zone. Its purpose is to purge you of or redeem you from any illusions you may have held while you were alive. A guide goes out of their way to single out good Christian folk, saying this is where most of them end up. Dream Zone. Lucid dream type of realm, where you can imagine whatever randomness you want. Ideally, the goal is to learn to free yourself from random thought. For example, if we repress our rage regarding something that happened to us in real life, our feelings may be converted into dreams of fighting or killing people. You won't be permitted to pass beyond this realm if you can't exercise some control over random thoughts. Again, permitted implies there is an active force watching and deciding, if not guiding, your progress. Barrier Zone, the border realm between the Dream Zone and the rest of non-physical reality. Only individuals with missions in Otherwhere can go past it, because thoughts manifests itself instantly as experience out there. The randomness of thought creates a kind of pollution, which is apparently very unpleasant for the inhabitants to wade through. So most astral travelers, lucid dreamers mostly, are confined to the Dream Zone. Hell. A guide claims there is no such thing as hell, aside from the private hells people create for themselves from their remaining anger, fear, regret, guilt, shame, lust, and self-pity. They remain trapped by their emotions in a self-reflective state until all the emotions are discharged, some taking longer than others. Those who never believed in an afterlife also will be there in what Leland described as a cave, where occupants are seen pulling their non-physical hair out and gouging themselves with their non-physical hands. A metaphor, I suppose. This feels off. Leland describes when going out of body before going into other realms, often things were different than the real world, such as his room being on the wrong floor, or furniture was rearranged, finding objects placed in rooms that weren't there in real life. This is something I experienced often in my days of out-of-body travel, but never understood. Things were close, but just a bit off. I could understand if it was just my subconscious filling in gaps, blending reality with manifestations. But why would this happen in a room I spend most of my time in and have pretty much consciously memorized, let alone subconsciously? One time, Leland decides to go visit his friend in the Astral and is instantly transported to his room where he's sleeping at the mere thought of him. His intrusive thoughts that followed are specifically intense.
I was a little disoriented at first because the colour of the carpet in his room was rose, whereas it seemed to me that the dominant colour on this visit was dark green. Badly had I arrived when the idea of lifting Alan out of his body struck me so forcefully that I couldn't tell if it had originated within me or had come from somewhere else, like a command.
Intent, consent, and sleep deprivation.
I remarked, "Are you saying all one has to do to achieve enlightenment is find some way into Otherwhere?"
That's exactly what I'm saying. In order to increase the degree of wakefulness in dreams, all you need to do is increase your degree of interest in them. Making a commitment to writing them down every day help. Sleeping 6 hours or less. Getting up and keeping busy for a couple of hours. Then returning to bed can produce level 8 or 9 lucidity levels.
Being enlightened generally means achieving a state of profound spiritual awakening, marked by deep understanding, liberation from suffering, and unity with universal truth or consciousness. For New Agers, it often involves self-realization and higher awareness. For Buddhists, Hindus, Taoists, ECT, it's attaining nirvana through wisdom, compassion, and freedom from ego and attachments. It seems like Leland's contacts are getting impatient with pushing that more of a slow burn ideology and want people to go dive straight into out-of-body travel, putting zero emphasis on morality, and, as usual, no warnings of potential issues. And this advice regarding less sleep is basically the same thing the entity possessing Jane Roberts to create the Seth material says, and it's advice I took early in my brainwashed by demons era. When I slept 5 hours a night and took a nap after, I almost always went out of body. It's not only about getting into trance states easier, but the consent given that focused intention brings on this specific goal. The 3 types of shadow world.
They're waiting for a bus to the alternate worlds where they'll experience what things would have been like had they made other choices at major turning points in their lives on Earth. The other 2 lines are of benefit to the living rather than the dead, referring to astral travelers visiting. The alternate is worlds may be visited by people who want to see what the present would be like if they had made a different decision at some point in the past. Alternate will be worlds give them the chance to see what consequences might develop from a decision currently under consideration. The alternate was system is the only one of the 3 shadow world lines that gets much used these days. People have forgotten that they can travel to the shadow world to help themselves make decisions about how to lead their lives.
So here you have realms that show any interested soul or astral traveler the alternate reality scenario of their life if they did things differently. A sort of Akashic records of things that could have happened or can later. There are endless routes of logical holes in the existence and relatively easy access to such a profound realm, especially the B.O.O.B world for the non-deceased. There also seems to be no mention of these realms in other astral traveler works. But there are comparable, supposed realms worth mentioning and contrasting. In Monroe's Journeys trilogy, the closest thing to this is his accounts of Locale 3, an alternate physical realm that resembles our world but with key differences, such as advanced energy control without electricity or combustion engines, relying instead on steam power for locomotives and vehicles. He experiences merging consciousness with inhabitants there, leading him to speculate that it could be a parallel dimension or hidden reality where historical paths diverged, blurring lines between observation and participation. This is a completely alternative history eerily similar to his Earth, but not a realm where he saw alternative directions of his life with different decisions. This was a continuous operating reality where he essentially possessed other people temporarily not being guided in and out of it with any explanation. Leland's realms are explicitly presented as non-real shadow worlds or hypothetical constructs within non-physical reality, designed specifically for personal reflection and examination of how life paths might diverge based on different decisions, essentially simulations to aid in understanding choices without being active, independently existing alternate realities. In contrast, Bowman's accounts in Adventures Beyond the Body emphasize actual existing parallel dimensions and universes that explorers interact with during an OOBE. These include parallel energy duplicates of the physical world, multidimensional environments where physical objects and life forms exist across frequencies, and explorations of past lives or probable futures that are described as real and vivid, often influencing the explorer's current awareness or evolution. For example, Bowman details observing past lives as tangible experiences that feel as real and vivid as any physical experience I've ever had, and probable futures as observable from an expansive viewpoint, supported by references to scientific theories like the many worlds interpretation. While these touch on decision-based scenarios, viewing how past choices shaped current anti-war sentiments or exploring potential futures, they are framed as genuine, separate dimensions rather than hypothetical simulations for reflection. Zhu's explorations in multidimensional man similarly portray multidimensional realities and parallel universes as actual existing layers of consciousness, accessible through out-of-body travel or meditation, with their own laws and structures. He describes counterparts to physical environments, higher dimensions where desires manifest as tangible realities, recreating idealized childhood settings or personal heavens, like a farm boy's recreated life, and superdimensions driven by imagination that become as authentic and real to us as anything we encounter in this physical world. These are tied to personal choices and aspirations, such as manifesting heart's desires or exploring alien worlds, but they are consistently presented as real, inhabited realms, often linked to the concept of multiverse theory, rather than non-real simulations. Zhu even critiques hypothetical interpretations like the many worlds theory as fantasy which falls short of the actual reality, reinforcing that his described dimensions are genuine and not just reflective tools. Overall, while both authors discuss non-physical explorations involving life choices and divergent paths, their frameworks align more with real, parallel existences than Leland's deliberate emphasis on non-actual, purpose-built realms for what-if contemplation. One story he tells even mentions his witnessing of his living friend's alternate simulated reality, as if it was his own experience. How is he the only person we know of encountering these realms? Leland's guide tells him that Earth's insane asylums are full of people who've forgotten the difference between past, present, and future because they often go to these three shadow worlds without the proper guidance. A weak cover story for the reality, which at least for schizophrenia is largely spirit harassment for clairvoyance of various degrees. Investigate the work of Jerry Marzinski for that rabbit hole. So this insinuates that many thousands of people travel to these realms frequently, yet how is this the only source I can find discussing it? One guide claims his main job is using the alternate shadow worlds. Leland is taken via Astral bus to help save people from indulging in regret, which quickly becomes self-pity. not recognizing how regret can be used for reflection and growth, but that regret, in of itself, is an unnecessary burden. So let's teach people to eliminate regret and see what that does to their moral compass. This is not a healthy or sustainable philosophy, especially applied on a mass scale to our current society's regressed spiritual and otherwise health. With this unlimited potential simulation realm, I see no better way to convince an astral traveler to make specific decisions in their life. Often these guides will give advice and coax them into doing certain work for their supposed benefit, sometimes labeled as a star seed helping raise Earth's collective vibrations for 5D ascension. But now, these travelers can see for themselves exactly how to ghetto-rig their ideal life by seeing into their potential future. A demonic trickster could easily use this opportunity to convince this human to do what they want, while allowing the person to make him believe it's his own idea. I mean, they did convince Leland to author books for them, which happened to share their various doctrines, much of which he believes was his own research via his astral experiences and received knowledge. Though if it's largely fabricated, then he is being used as useful idiot and well-intentioned disinformation agent, making him a more believable conduit than, say, a Satanist who is possessed or carrying out work behalf of these entities with intentional deceit. I believe the vast majority believe sincerely the work they put out is legitimate, yet some fall under this other category. Belief System Territory Tour Christian Edition. Leland is taken on a literal tour through Otherwhere alongside a handful of other characters, all of which I believe are actors played by these demons, if not a thought form created like the rest of the simulation. They are later described as souls of aliens visiting our realm to learn. The belief system of Christianity is casually brought up after discussing Christian-inspired architecture. The tour guide tells everyone that the city on the other side of their gate is for the exclusive use of anyone who adheres to the Christian belief system, or any of its numerous variations. She calls it the City of Christendom. I'm sure it's only a coincidence it sounds exactly like Christian-dom when said quickly. Wow, sick burn, guys. She goes on to say Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Taoists, and Buddhists each have their own locales within the human after-death zone, implying there's vast other recreation zones for non-human species outside of Earth. Large cities similar to Christendom. Even religions with fewer followers have their own domain, but these would be perceived as towns or villages. The tour guide tells the tourists that these are not separate domains like countries on a map, but different channels on one TV attuned to the frequency band your perceptual equipment is currently attuned to. The guide then goes on a rant to cover the true meaning behind certain characters and stories like Moses, the Garden of Eden, our primate ancestors, and of course, Jesus Christ. Regarding our wholesome and very likely handsome Messiah, various blasphemous and lame accusations are made of him, such as him walking on water being a trick. He was apparently just out of body and able to impress his presence on the consciousness of his disciples, which, even if that were true, still is pretty impressive and badass, also cool. Totally on brand. These nitwits also claim that all of his post-resurrection visitations were just OOBEEs, coming from the afterlife realms, not saying he never died. If this is true, and we as readers take it as fact, then the idea of Jesus being the true Messiah, Son of God, is a major bunk, and we can throw out any or all of the Christian doctrine as we like without remorse. I wonder who would have an agenda to tarnish Jesus' squeaky clean family-friendly brand. As for the claim regarding walking on water, I should mention it's not an entirely original one, and the earliest mention I can locate is in Isis Unveiled, 1877, Volume 2, by Helena Blavatsky. She argues that many biblical miracles, including walking on water, were symbolic or esoteric acts by an initiate, Jesus, with occult powers. She describes such miracles as manipulations of astral light or psychic energy, where adepts project their consciousness or influence others' perceptions without physical action. While not directly stating Jesus was out of body, she writes, "The power to walk on water is not a miracle, but a control of the subtler forces of nature, known to the ancients as spiritual projection. This suggests Jesus could have appeared to transcend physical laws by projecting a form or influencing the disciples' minds, akin to Leland's claim." For reference, Blavatsky, a key figure in the founding of Theosophy, claimed to receive esoteric knowledge from beings she called Mahatmas, or ascended masters. These were advanced spiritual entities, not necessarily tied to physical forms, who she said guided her work. One prominent figure among them was Master Moria, often described as a Rajput prince, though details about their identities were intentionally vague and mystical in her writings. Their doctrine is the basis for much of the New Age perspectives of today. As far as the non-literal physical resurrection goes, that has a much more ancient root, specifically revealed in the non-canonical Gnostic text, the Gospel of Mary of Magdalene, 2nd century CE. This text portrays the risen Jesus appearing to Mary Magdalene and others in a visionary or spiritual form, not necessarily a physical body. The text doesn't explicitly call this an O.B.E., but describes Jesus as transcending physical death, appearing to disciples in a way that suggests a consciousness-based visitation. This same accusation is pushed in other famous works by more recent characters. Obviously, Blavatsky receives this same lore for the secret doctrine from her Mahatmas. Edgar Cayce got this from the Akashic Records, reading 5749-4. Levi H. Dowling, in his book The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus. The Christ also claimed this theory was based on his own Akashic record viewing. This astral tour guide then goes on a very extensive rant covering the idea that Christianity institutionally drifted into various false paradigms due to faulty interpretations and attempts to control and shame citizens. This isn't something I disagree with at all, and we see today all of the evidence for this. But they use this slippery argument to then explain how the core word and source of those faulty interpretations were written down largely as allegories or lies to begin with. The failures and infiltration of the church are not representative of the core intention and true practice of being a Christian. Yet this is the power they utilize with these eloquently worded half-truths. It makes you feel like you're truly getting secret knowledge, filling in many blanks, when in reality it's an elaborate information war long in the making. BST history. This idea of belief system territories, BSTs, are not an original concept from Leland's Astral Travels. Technically, Monroe was the first to call them this, and describes certain details shared in Leland's work, but the concept in general is much more ancient. The oldest relevant material that resembles BSTs is Hades of Greek mythology in the 8th to 4th centuries BCE, describing underworld divisions such as Elysium, Asphodel, and Tartarus. The afterlife was segmented based on deeds and piety toward the gods, a form of belief alignment, with virtuous souls in blissful Elysium, ordinary ones in neutral Asphodel, and evildoers residing in punitive Tartarus. While more judgment-based than purely belief-driven, it shares the idea of affinity-grouped realms, influencing later esoteric interpretations. Much later, in the 8th century CE, this cosmology reemerges in a slightly different format. Tibetan Buddhism's Tibetan Book of the Dead teaches us of the bardos, or intermediate states. The text describes post-mortem bardos as mind-projected realms where the deceased encounters visions, deities, and environments manifesting from their own karma, beliefs, and subconscious tendencies. These are not fixed real places, but illusory constructs. Recognizing them as such leads to liberation, while attachment based on beliefs results in rebirth into corresponding realms. This mirrors Monroe's BSTs as belief-shaped boxes that trap souls until they evolve beyond them, emphasizing thought responsiveness over inherent reality. Near the 13th century, Norse mythology codified its own version. Afterlife destinations were tied to lifestyle and beliefs. Warriors dying in battle went to Valhalla if chosen by Odin, reflecting valor-based faith. Others to neutral hell, others to Folkvanger. This selective grouping by shared values or fates parallels BST clustering, though less emphasis on personal creation of the realm. Seems like powerful propaganda to fight in your leader's wars feeling justified. Even if the war isn't morally justified, you can still benefit personally from the carnage. This belief system still funnels you into reaching these various realms, as opposed to recognizing them as a self-imposed illusion to escape. Mid-18th century Christian mystic Emanuel Swedenborg wrote a series of books on his astral travels, though coming from a supposed Christian perspective, despite being a major practitioner of divination, which is antithetical to scripture. Swedenborg, through his own visionary out-of-body travels, portrayed the afterlife as organized into heavens, hells, and an intermediate world of spirits, where souls are automatically drawn to communities of like-minded individuals based on their inner loves, beliefs, and affinities. These are not geographical locations, but states of consciousness, with deceptive or frightening entities in lower realms, somewhat akin to Monroe's lower BSTs, but framed very differently. Scholars note direct parallels in structure and experience, though Swedenborg framed his within a Christian lens. He portrays his travels as a singular, true heaven, a vast, unified realm with diverse societies organized by shared spiritual affinities, loves, and virtues, not by earthly religious divisions. This heaven accommodates people from all backgrounds, including Africans, Chinese, Muslims, and others from non-Christian nations, who are often depicted as entering more readily than some Christians because their minds are more open to spiritual truths and less encumbered by doctrinal misconceptions or hypocrisy. In the afterlife, non-Christians are taught by angels in ways tailored to their understanding. For example, he notes that Muslims in heaven are taught Christianity sensitively and come to accept it, while other non-Christians are instructed on the basis of doctrines suited to their grasp. Like Norse mythology, his experiences didn't promote the idea of various religion-based regions, but regions within the Christian afterlife realm, still organizing people based around their earthly culture, yet not an entirely segregated system. It's semi-comparable to BST lore, but shows either his angelic guides are deceiving him, or they are deceiving him and everyone else on these adjacent vision quests. I can't locate any record of an astral traveler subscribing to a religion outside of Christianity, going into their own regional BST, and coming out without being told they are all self-imposed fabrications, with the same collective consciousness being responsible for sustaining them. Yet with Swedenborg, a prolific, well-documented, and long-time traveler, got an entire few books of material of knowledge from his angelic encounters promoting the idea that this is the real singular afterlife, and its regions, no matter who you are or what you believed. A question this leads me to ask is, why is Christianity, once again, the topic of choice for these entities to twist and deviate from the original intent? Yes, it's the most popular religion, but Islam is nearly as prevalent, with Hinduism and Buddhism taking up a large portion of the world population. I just don't see these disinformation campaigns ever focusing on anything other than tearing down Christianity, or sometimes all organized religion, which takes most down the New Age spiritualist route. Astral escape room, aka a formulated reality. Unlike the alternate whatever worlds nonsense, this exact concept was also shared, and for some reason hardly elaborated on, by Monroe, covered on page 127. But Leland shares extensive testimony on a few of his many simulated experiences. These are admittedly manufactured realms that are fully controlled and can be inhabited at will by the so-called instructors. The instructors clarify that whatever reality they create will have definite boundaries and restrictions. The task, at least in his shared examples, is to use what is found there to escape, more so figuratively. They tell Leland he won't be allowed to leave until he succeeds. He describes himself instantly appearing in a bedroom and study, sitting at a drawing table. He describes many specific details of the room, concluding that he's in a castle near the ocean, assuming maybe 16th century Italy.
I looked down at the drawing table where I found a complex perspective study of a cathedral drawn in ink on a piece of parchment. The sketch was in the style of the Renaissance. Could this be a past life, one in which I'd been an artist or architectural draftsman?
Notice how detailed he describes this experience. There's much more not included here. But to him it was so real he mistook it for a potential past life memory, which wouldn't make sense, because in a memory you don't have any autonomy. You're an observer. But they didn't choose this man as an unwitting disinformation agent because of his critical thinking skills after all.
As instructed, I looked for clues. A quick scan showed me that there was no door. Perhaps it was concealed, like a trapdoor. After all, I seemed to be a prisoner of sorts.
Worthy of note, if this room was a blueprint copy and pasted from a real place, it would have had a door, affirming my theory of this being completely a creation on part of the instructors, which provides additional implications to the abilities they have and the potential for complex deception.
I looked down at the drawing table again. The architectural rendering was gone. In its place, I found a piece of typing paper turned sideways. On it was a child's crayon drawing of a landscape, a bright blue sky with a smiling sun and puffy white clouds, green grass, and a poorly drawn cow grazing by a metal gate. Before I had a chance to ask myself what such a drawing was doing in the Renaissance, however, I found myself inside it, a real-life figure projected into a cartoon. A wind of colours blew by. The sunset and the crescent moon lying on its side rose up. The moon had a big nose and was wearing a nightcap. A music box began to play Beautiful Dreamer. And the moon started to sing along, and the voice of Frank Sinatra, a chorus line of five-pointed stars whirled and jigged between verses, occasionally chiming in. The brown cow never moved, however. It remained frozen mid-chew, grass dangling from its mouth, faintly pathetic. The sun and the moon seemed to be attached to a revolving wheel that kept spinning faster and faster. Day alternated with night so rapidly that they blurred together, flickering like a strobe light. And then just as suddenly as I'd been whisked into the child's drawing, I was outside again, seated at the drawing table. The architectural rendering had reappeared.
I mean, if it's not entirely obvious that they are just having fun fucking with this dude, then I don't know what to tell you. After getting a bit lost in random thoughts over subtle changes to the room, he forgets momentarily, but then remembers why he's there, to escape. But shortly after more unproductive brainstorming, another instant shift takes place, this time irrelevant to anything in his immediate vicinity.
The study vanished and I found myself wandering through a desert. With a clarity of logic that startled me, I resolved to seek out the witches and warlocks who must have been responsible for this bizarre change of scenery. Perhaps they could tell me how to escape this reality in which I'd been imprisoned. I walked and walked. The desert remained featureless as it had been when I first arrived. I was lost, but that didn't stop me. I kept on walking anyway. Suddenly my perspective shifted. I seemed to be seeing myself from far away, looking down on myself as I walked. The desert planet I was walking on was so small that it spun beneath my feet with every step. I was wholly responsible for its rotation. I panicked. I began to feel that I would be trapped in this barren reality, wherever and whatever it was, forever. Without transition, I found myself back in the architect's study.
For clarification, the author and experiencer himself is aware of their ability to fabricate his reality when out of body, yet he seems incapable of even questioning their intentions being anything but pure and educational for his benefit. It shows they really know how to pick and groom the right individuals to serve different goals. Because these experiences seem so grand and fantastic compared to our mundane day-to-day, the idea of going this deep for years and dedicating so much of your life to the grandiose experiences available definitely makes it substantially more challenging to admit to yourself that you may be a patsy, as the ego hit would be devastating. I should mention this guy has the classic chrome dome with curtains, so he is already pretty fragile to begin with. More examination of the room continues, counting coins he finds, picking up cats, more nonsense, EET. He truly seems to forget why he's there. Eventually, a concealed door opens and a woman walks in. Getting lost in his character again, he assumes he's the Count of Monte Cristo, and this is the jailer's daughter coming to his rescue because she loves him. Highly embarrassing and sad, yes, but it's actually a form chosen by the instructor who's been doing all of this to him. She says he's not doing a good job escaping, and that he's just getting more and more immersed in this false reality.
Let me ask you something.
The instructor said,
Where on earth are you able to walk through a crayon drawing while the sun smiles at you and the moon and stars are singing? Your study contains bits and pieces from every historic period, from the last 500 years. We threw in everything but the kitchen sink to get you to realize this was a dream, and we finally had to put that in too. All you had to do was realize the utter impossibility of everything you were perceiving and tell yourself you must be dreaming.
It's clear he couldn't stay focused or fully aware of his circumstances for long and would start to immerse himself in the world. He definitely was more lucid for the more Salvia-esque experiences, but this whole thing was declared as a created environment, which has enough implications. The fact that he couldn't stay focused is possibly due to the influence they have over his mind when out of body, more control than in his body, I would assume. If they were causing him to lose lucidity, it could honestly be just to speed up the process. If he passed, which became increasingly unlikely, they could come in and congratulate, then expand on the deeper explanation for this whole experience. But it didn't seem like he was ever going to figure it out, so speed up the process by dumbing him down. Then you can come swoop in with some inauthentic justification. Now it's possible being in the so-called dream realm / astral travel naturally has an effect on you do regress in lucidity, depending on your tolerance. But he doesn't seem to express this as a normal occurrence when out of body, in the dream realm or not, because there's no incentive to get him in that state the majority of the time. They want to feed him as much disinformation as he can to come back and put into his book. They even tell him at one point that he was chosen in advance to write his book and spread the word on the benefits of venturing into the astral realm. They end the lesson by reminding him that humans will typically fail at this due to their inherent addiction to physical reality. They tell him that only through developing other criteria for determining whether something is real or not will you be able to pass through the dream zone and the rest of all Otherwhere at will. Do they actually intend on training him in this way so that whenever they take him into much more bizarre scenarios, he won't lose lucidity and can be a more effective conduit to bring these detailed memories back to his body? Or is it because things may get so bizarre, he will at times question what's real, and whatever he decides isn't real, or anything that may make him question his currently benevolent and trustworthy guides, can now be swept under the ideological rug of a thought form created via your own fears, desires, etc. Thought forms is an idea originating from various channeled lore to create the idea that some entities are actually just subconscious manifestations, as opposed to demonic entities masking themselves as such. Or they can say they found themselves in a lower realm that they only went to because of their own low vibration, cementing the idea that they are always responsible for their own negative experiences. Though plenty of people have horror stories from astral encounters where entities create a terrifying experience for the traveler, as opposed to building an elaborate deception which scared them from returning. They want you to return, as they have the easiest access legally to attach to you on their home turf. Now, I'm not confident all demons have the capacity or patience to carry out these long con deceptions, and prefer to enjoy themselves more, with more casual and stereotypical demonic harassment. But many clearly do, or at least those in charge of interacting with astral travelers. I'm sidestepping a bit, but the point is due to thousands plus years of trial and error with humans out of body travels. They know they have to build and control the belief system of the astral traveler to align with an ideology that will benefit their image and trust, so that their chosen asset can then go work for them in the physical realm. In this case, spreading deceptive New Age lore to convince as many people as possible to be interested in and pursue astral travel. And each person they convince is one more potential body to snatch, if not become an asset themselves. It's a mother-fudging astral pyramid scheme, and most of these fools don't legally understand how to gnaw off the chains. Immersive astral propaganda.
The facilitators fulfill a variety of functions in the after-death zone, depending on the station to which they've been assigned. Thus, they may be broken down into subgroups identified by the specific tasks they perform. One night, my guide arranged for me to watch a documentary that provided an overview of these tasks. I was brought to an area of non-physical reality that I perceived as a conference room large enough to seat 12 people at several small round tables. At first, I seemed to merely be watching it. Moments later, I was actually inside it, personally witnessing the things it described, while a voice explained what I was seeing.
Sounds incredibly rote adjacent. So again, we have an admittedly simulated astral environment Leland is put in without needing to consent to his consciousness being tossed, because consenting to OOB travel is enough. Round by these beings that have full control of his perceptions and experience. He then gets an accompanying immersive experience to pair with his astral propaganda training video. While there's an excessive amount of issues I have with what they're teaching him, I'll try to keep it short.
Once the soul has been completely released from the body, it often wanders as a shade,
term for ghost,
through non-physical environments reminiscent of its life on Earth. Since thought creates experience in non-physical reality, the shade's own memories are responsible for creating such environments.
So this astral documentary and narrator are explaining how ghosts essentially go into their own isolated dream realm that self-generates based on their own memories and unresolved emotions. Though the vast majority of channeled and astral lore depicts ghosts as wandering the astral overlay realm on actual Earth, sometimes having various encounters with living humans, this source is claiming that no, these ghosts are in their own mental cage essentially, for the time being. And there is no mention of the stereotypical option of going into the light, or not. In spirit releasement therapy lore, and even other astral travelers, various sources are very clear everyone has the option, and the ones who avoid the light get stuck on the earth plane wandering, with little to no perception of time, and increasingly problematic amnesia. They almost always are said to attach to various people, usually because of a shared thought pattern with the living human, such as a ghost of an alcoholic attaching to a living one, thus letting them experience physical pleasures again without reincarnating, simultaneously influencing and increasing the urges by the living person they attach to. Totally not a demon with a cover story.
When the shade finally accepts the fact that the body is dead, it enters a state like depression, in which thought and motion slow down and eventually cease. It becomes self-absorbed, unresponsive to anything happening outside itself. As the shade draws into itself, it gradually loses its human shape, which up until this point has appeared as an idealized version of its former body. The shade's final form is completely inert, a compact ovoid as tightly sealed as a clam. Harvesters periodically sweep through the areas in which the recently dead congregate, collect these ovoids, and transport them to another region in the after-death zone.
So aside from this not entirely believable chain of events, the remark that harvesters are responsible for collecting these hopeless soul balls is unaligned with the majority of adjacent New Age lore. One could argue that these explanations are the reality after taking off the subconsciously embedded rose-colored glasses which cater to your current belief system and understanding. All of the testimonies of various self-identified spirits, via channeling, claiming to see angels or light beings rescue them, which we only know because they tell us this, could be the comforting and theatric, self-inflicted translation of what's really happening, aligning with the lore from Monroe's branded belief system territories, BSTZEs. The problem is Monroe, in his 3 books spanning around 2 decades of astral travels, he never once mentioned spirit attachments and their influence, let alone medical issues caused. The closest thing to attachments described in his work is his louche harvesters. Monroe does not describe louche harvesters as personal energy vampires that influence thoughts and emotions in the way SRT literature describes attached entities. Instead, louche harvesters operate on a cosmic scale, collecting emotional energy from physical beings as a whole without directly manipulating individuals. Their role is systemic and impersonal, lacking the attachment or therapeutic implications found in Baldwin's or Modi's SRT work. The Astral documentary goes into great detail about the specific processes that follow, and it honestly gets pretty densely packed with nightmare fuel, unintentionally it seems. I will skip through a lot of the transitional elements to showcase some bizarro world statements, just to give you an idea of the Bologna at hand. But if you want to buy Otherwhere and read it fully, it's a trip. This is part of Chapter 13, Shades and Facilitators.
Harvesters bring each ovoid here. The shades are stored in drawers where they undergo a transformative process. The entities working in this area can locate any shade through a cross-indexing system that use personality traits. Technicians on each level were busy with what looked like alchemical apparati, crucibles, flasks, tubes, and alembics. They were intent on distilling phials of liquid light. The phials came in a variety of colors. The phials of liquid light represent awareness. The technicians carried clipboards that prescribed different types of liquid, their dosage, the frequency of their administration, and the locations of the recipients. When they weren't overseeing the distillery, the technicians were opening the drawers, taking samples of the contents, pouring in a few drops of liquid awareness, and noting the results. The technicians then distill this awareness to the next stage to purify before adding it back into the drawer, which challenges the shade to purge itself of even more emotion. Eventually, the contents of the drawer will begin to emanate a brilliant radiance. One of the technicians will release it from the drawer, and it will be sent to another region in the after-death zone.
Despite reminders of his personal translation of these processes, it's still very Gnostic in a controlling operation world-building kind of way, but framing it, of course, as a benevolent or a necessary process, as opposed to weird and off-putting. Focusing on awareness, if not the usual knowledge of the individual. Still no mention of moral purity or anything gay like that. They then tone down the not-so-private alchemical soul transmutation in a draw talk, and shift to the transformed shade's next experience in a university-like setting. Here they may enroll in seminars, learning any vast topics it desires, so it can plan for its next incarnation in the appropriate culture, time, and parents. Act. Between classes, they can meet up with friends and chill just like a couple of regular incarnate temporal homies. What a wholesome 180. Followed up by the re-entry gate, the place you go when you have the next life planned out. A rounded airlocked chamber. There's air in the astral realm, which connects non-physical and physical reality, and opens into the womb of every pregnant woman. Damn, they should rename the gate Dr. Quincy Fortier or something else meta and retarded. I turned you into motherfucking grass and you ate that shit up. Later in the book, the overseers are communicating to Leland why he was chosen and how he was guided into a working contract with them to author this book, Mapping the Astral Realm. They tell him he will receive one final test. Soon after, a voice announced to him as he is falling asleep, "The adventure begins this evening."
As if in an unusually vivid dream, I became a single blade of grass. A strong wind blows me this way and that, and I feel exhilarated. All at once, I become aware that I am surrounded by millions of other grass blades. I make a startling realization. I can simultaneously maintain an awareness of myself as a single grass blade and as a multitude of grass blades. Yet my unique beingness has a precise location within the vast tapestry of grass that surrounds me.
Very good,
the overseer says.
You learn quickly. We've designed a set of images and sensations in order to illustrate certain aspects of the human condition,
he says.
Our intention is to show you how the evolution of human consciousness looks from our perspective.
Another example of these astral beings admitting to the ability to craft complex and detailed immersive simulations. Just because they warned him of this in advance doesn't mean they always have to do it this way. Also, further details I glossed over here are metaphorically teaching of the benefit of joining the community, aka stripping yourself of your ego and individuality and joining the hive mind, akin to rejoining with Source. This entire simulation experience expands to around 22 pages of material beginning to end, including narration of embedded symbology and philosophy by the overseer. I could not cover it all here in a reasonable time. Read chapter 19 of the book if you're interested. I will summarize that it shifts from him having a vivid life as a blade of grass to a flower, then a bee, downgrading to a raspberry, then up to a human gardener, interacting with his previous smaller scale incarnations. Each one is incredibly real feeling. Leland claims to feel the nutrients and growth as a plant, as well as the accompanying simple emotions with it. Also, as the bee flying in to pollinate other flowers, then into his hive to continue bee-related tasks, which comes intuitively. If these simulations are possible, nothing is impossible for them to implant as memory or experience. Past lives and 20 and back, SSP. Memories are nothing compared to this. They are capable of anything that can be imagined. Memory theft in the astral hot tub.
A shade was seated by the side of the plunge. She was unaware of my presence, yet I had no trouble reading her thoughts. She was about to go back into the memories of a particular time in her life. Apparently the function of the spa region was to give shades an opportunity to heal themselves by remembering difficult events and figuring out why they occurred. Somehow I accompanied the woman into her memories, which both of us experienced as if they were happening right now for the first time.
If any astral traveler can read the thoughts of whoever they encounter, assuming these are authentic experiences, what do you think the entities who live in this realm 24/7 are capable of? They already admit to being able to craft complex worlds and experiences for you, embedded with tons of symbolism and scenarios relevant to the type of person you are. They can do more than read your mind. They are highly intelligent, additionally, respectively patient. All the necessary ingredients for an interdimensional psyop. Leland claims just being near her, while in a state reliving a memory, is unintentionally pulled into experiencing the exact same memory, which does not belong to him, though he is experiencing it just like it's his own, vividly, as if it's the first time. He even says she was unaware of his presence, so if he didn't intentionally will this shared connection and she didn't either, then who did? Is close proximity all it takes, and then a magnetic attraction will automatically conjoin two spirits? Or is this, like potentially everything else, a controlled and managed experience where this was intended as the direction for him to be guided towards? I'm sure he has some degree of free will, obviously influenced intuitively at the least, but unaware of this fact except in occasional bursts when stated. To pull off these endless, elaborate deceptions, the rendering speed of the simulation, as well as interactions going back and forth with Leland, has to be on at least some near quantum computer equivalent level. I don't know, I'm just using buzzwords to seem smart yet relatable. But after seconds of reflection, I am filled with non-lethal levels of shame. Very manageable, of course. We can move on. So the actual memory she shares with her is nothing incredibly insightful, though it is a bit steamy. And by steamy, I mean erotic. And by erotic, I mean sexual. And if you don't know what that means, then you need put down this book and turn on season 1 of Game of Thrones or something. And then repent and pray for forgiveness, you sick bastard. My sexuality will never die like my husband did. Anyways, so this dusty old bag, I'm not being mean, this honky is not real, is reliving a memory of herself on Earth, where her husband has been dead for a bit, and she secretly wants to come out of retirement and bump her groove again, but feels shame cause of the dead guy she used to bang. She then encounters a horse trainer at a horse-related event in his early 20s, and she's like probably in her 50s or 60s based on context clues. Then this shit happens.
She was still mourning the death of her husband, and the friend had thought that an overseas trip might help her leave her grief behind. The older woman's higher self had been responsible for stimulating her attraction to the young man. The encounter was to have been a part of the healing process, a rediscovery of her sexuality after a long period of mourning. The woman's higher self had not intended for her to become involved with the young man, but only for her to recognize that her sexuality had not died with her husband. This realization would have helped her open herself to the possibility of drawing a new mate into her life. Instead, it was sabotaged by her religious beliefs in the sinfulness of sexual thoughts.
It's implied that these religious beliefs are of the conservative nature, and she was living in England, so it's safe to say she was a Christian/Catholic. For starters, there is no shame put on women for remarrying after the death of a spouse in the Bible. Actually, in the Torah, there were provisions like levirate marriage, where a widow could marry her deceased husband's brother or close relative. This was primarily to protect her socially and economically, ensuring she had support and could continue her husband's lineage, as women had limited means to sustain themselves independently in that cultural context within these much smaller populations. However, this was specific to the ancient Near Eastern Israelite society and not a universal mandate. In the New Testament, Romans 7:2-3 and 1 Corinthians 7:39 state that a widow is free to remarry, as the death of her husband dissolves the marriage bond, provided she marries a believer. There is no condemnation for remarriage in this context. I see this as an attempt to once again throw shade on Christianity, when the source of her shame regarding this topic is completely based in the institutional religious culture, largely opposing doctrine. This is a surface-level view and being twisted to generalize and defame Christians even more. Even more importantly, her higher self admittedly is influencing the emotions and thoughts of their human counterpart. I know they are there for help and a guidance, but to activate her Kuta senses and nearly getting her arrested for borderline pedophilia is not entirely wholesome. If the genders were reversed, this higher self would be violently arrested and probably asked to take a seat by the astral equivalent of Chris Hansen. Post-mortem man-witch condition.
He came closer, informing me that the truly dead only appear to maintain the gender characteristics of the body they've left behind. In actuality, their new forms come equipped with both sets of sexual organs. The soul is neither male nor female, but androgynous.
It isn't clarified if the astral cooter is like hidden under the astral balls or it will rotates out the whole thing. No mention of astral boobs. I don't know how they could possibly gloss over that. Anyways, these astral perverts are getting a little too cocky, shit my bad, and are telling astral travelers very different things, as usual. For example, Emanuel Swedenborg's Heaven and Hell, and his related works like Conjugal Love, which expand on themes from it, makes extensive claims about marriage and related matters in the afterlife. He asserts that true marriages, defined as spiritual unions of compatible souls, continue or can form in heaven, guided by divine forces where like are drawn toward like. These are not new earthly style marriages, but eternal bonds based on conjugal love, a chaste, heavenly form of affection free from lust. Swedenborg explicitly states that gender distinctions persist. A male is then still a male, and a female still a female, with masculinity or femininity present in every part, even in the least part of his or her body. This implies the retention of sex organs in perfected spiritual bodies. He also describes sexual relations, termed end delights, as part of conjugal love in heaven, noting they are entirely the same, but much more blissful than on earth due to heightened angelic perception and essential for the union's fullness. Overall, heaven features gender-differentiated bodies capable of intimate spiritual unions far surpassing earthly sex. Swedenborg was a Christian. He was a Swedish scientist, philosopher, and mystic who developed a theological system based on his visions and interpretations of the Bible. His works and ideas often diverged from mainstream Christianity, emphasizing personal spiritual experience and a symbolic interpretation of Scripture. He believed he was divinely inspired to reveal deeper spiritual truths, which led to the founding of the new church, Swedenborgianism, by his followers. At the end of the day, he was a mystic, prolific in out-of-body travel, which the Bible is clear it's a sin to partake in, probably because it's inhabited purely by dweebs and nitwits. The Bible definitely isn't the Encyclopedia Britannica of the dynamics of other realms for many good reasons, but Jesus, in Matthew 22:30, says, "For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven." This suggests that earthly institutions like marriage, and by extension sexual relationships, may not exist in heaven. The Bible is justifiably ambiguous regarding many things that we aren't meant to know in this life. So, why would his angels that work for him take him to heaven and betray him by sharing occult knowledge of the afterlife that wasn't included in the Bible? Fallen angels are involved otherwise in a disinformation campaign, but they are banished from accessing heaven, so whatever they showed Swedenborg was something else. Point is, I'm fine with being smooth like a Ken doll if it's drama-free. Then, in Robert Monroe's trilogy, he describes astral realms that vary by locale or vibrational level, with some interpreted as afterlife or heaven-like states. In lower astral planes, he recounts encounters involving astral sex, often chaotic or entity-driven. Yet in higher, more harmonious realms, akin to heaven, Monroe claims there is no awareness of sex differences. You are unaware of differences in sex. You yourself, as a part of the whole, are both male and female, positive and negative. This suggests an androgynous or unified state without distinct sex organs or gendered forms, emphasizing wholeness over physicality. He describes his own astral sexual encounters as purely energetic, as opposed to our current realm's meat-grinding techniques. Closer to Leland's description, but still very different than his muffcock fantasy. Pain desensitization equals money.
Because many shades,
the dead,
resist going back into painful memories, they're rewarded for each time they do so with a kind of token. The token symbolizes the extent to which their self-awareness has grown as a result of processing their painful memories. After a certain number of tokens have been collected, shades are permitted to return to Earth for a brief visit to check on the well-being of their loved ones.
This token system isn't mentioned at any point in any other astral travel book I've come across. Monroe states that in his personal dreamland, consciousness and intent can project you wherever desired, in whatever time period, with a guide if unexperienced. Not some structured and managed system regulating how often you're allowed to travel between the two. Also, it's dumb. In Swedenborg's work, angels or higher spirits may facilitate connections, ensuring the interaction serves a divine purpose, comforting the grieving or guiding moral growth. Souls in heaven don't travel to earth, but project their presence via spiritual proximity, as heaven and earth are linked by correspondence, symbolic resonance. In Michael Newton's Journey of Souls, visits often occur in dreams, where the living are more receptive to spiritual energies. Souls may appear in recognizable forms to convey love or reassurance, manipulating dream imagery to communicate. So, we as spirits can manipulate the dreams of loved ones we visit. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the deceased souls go to the bardo, intermediate states, driven by karma, experiences a dreamlike reality where it can perceive the physical world. The soul may visit loved ones due to karmic attachments, seeing or sensing them without physical form, often as fleeting visions or thoughts. The soul gains temporary clairvoyant abilities, allowing it to observe living relatives or hear their thoughts. These visits are not deliberate, but arise from the soul's emotional pull toward familiar people or places. Unlike Leland's incentivized visits, the Tibetan book frames visits as a karmic burden, not a reward, urging detachment. Notice the pattern. Kurt Leland's supervised astral field trips show both personalized world-building with unique realms like the shadow worlds, and the exact same theological messaging that's embedded in channeled material, regression therapy, and much of the soon-to-be-covered material. Despite Leland discovering supposedly original astral territories no other traveler has documented, the core philosophy his entities promote remains identical to what demons broadcast through every channel. Reincarnation as fact, consciousness, evolution as goal, karma as cosmic mechanism, and Christianity as inferior or outright false belief system requiring spanking. Notice the pattern. His guides specifically address and attack Christian cosmology, yet Leland's entities never bother critiquing Judaism, Hinduism, Islam, or any other religious framework with comparable theological specificity. Only Christianity receives targeted attacks, because only true Christianity poses a genuine threat to the demonic operation, because it's just that cool and awesome. The contradictions within Leland's accounts, just like Monroe, channelers, and regression subjects, don't undermine the deception. They reveal its source. Multiple entities coordinating similar agendas while personalizing details to each victim's psychology. Leland's experiences demonstrate the totality of demonic control over out-of-body perception. They generate entire realms, populate them with responsive entities, create emotional resonance that validates experiences as real, implant intuitive knowing that bypasses critical analysis, and orchestrate multi-year curriculum teaching false cosmology, while the practitioner believes they're independently exploring objective, non-physical reality. If demons can craft this level of seamless, immersive deception for Leland, then every other astral traveler, channeler, and psychic practitioner is equally vulnerable to receiving controlled experiences they mistake for genuine spiritual discovery, all while spreading the same core lies wrapped in slightly different packaging catered to their specific audience. Also, think about this layer. Vision control in general applies to NDE/dream infiltration, has to be the most high maintenance of psychic control regarding any sort of consciousness, CPU usage, and attention to detail. Now yes, it seems to all be effortless for them, but if they have this full control in the multi-sensory, highly detailed astral experiences, it must be substantially easier to impress downloads, remote viewing information, and lower maintenance controls in the adjacent psychic fields. This means we can't just pick and choose what psychic information to trust, but say to all of it, I rebuke thee in the name of the Lord. Adjacent astral lore. Emanuel Swedenborg's Fantasies. Swedenborg's Heaven and Hell, 1758, describes the spiritual world as completely malleable based on spirits' internal states. According to Swedenborg's law, spirits experience environments that correspond to their beliefs, loves, and intentions, essentially meaning the afterlife each person experiences is generated based on their psychology. Swedenborg teaches that everything in the spiritual world is a correspondence of internal spiritual states. Physical objects, landscapes, buildings, and more are all projections of the spirit's inner condition. So there's no objective spiritual geography that exists, only personalized constructs that match each spirit's beliefs. Spirits who shared similar beliefs in life cluster together in regions that reflect those beliefs. Christians experience Christian heaven, Muslims experience Islamic paradise, etc. Not because these are objectively real, but because spirits co-create environments matching their expectations. Swedenborg clearly states that spirits can create fantasies, aka elaborate illusions that feel completely real, but are generated by the spirit imagination and desires. He describes spirits who build entire fantasy worlds around themselves, living in palaces or beautiful gardens that exist only in their perception. I'm sure this wouldn't be misused in any inappropriate ways, of course. He additionally admits that in the spiritual world, the surroundings change in accordance with the changes in the state of the interiors of angels and spirits, meaning the environment is not stable or objective, but shifts based on consciousness. This aligns with Monroe's inspec admitting they create simulations and Leland's guides doing the same, as well as his shadow worlds being acknowledged constructs. If Swedenborg is correct, then OOBEs don't access objective spiritual realms, but rather enter belief-generated constructs. This explains why different practitioners report completely different cosmologies. They're experiencing personalized simulations tailored to their expectations, created by the Dweebs assigned to deceive them. Robert Bruce, Almost Real-Time Zone. Robert Bruce's Astral Dynamics, so 1999, details concepts that accidentally reveal the constructed nature of OOBE experiences. Bruce describes how during projection, consciousness splits into two parts. The physical body consciousness, which continues functioning and even dreams, and the projected consciousness, which has OOBE. Suspiciously, Bruce admits that
the projected double and the physical body each have separate sets of memories.
And when the astral traveler returns, these memories download into the physical brain, but the process is imperfect and often comes back distorted. Bruce distinguishes between the real-time zone and the astral realms, non-physical dimensions. He admits the RTZ is not actually objective reality, but rather an energetic reflection or overlay that can include astral noise, thought forms, and imaginative overlays. We should probably call it the ARTZ's, or Almost Real-Time Zone. This concept doesn't surprise me, as in my days of unintentionally merging with the demonic, I would go out of body in the ARTZ and see if my crackhead neighbors were home so I could astral punch them. They did crack, yelled at their kids a lot, and kept asking me for money so they could gamble, so I felt semi-justified at the time. I was seeing if I could get any sort of reaction to validate my experience. This was obviously the demon's idea, as I would never do such a thing. So I'd be punching these crackheads thinking maybe they'd perceive something, 'cause they're so high on veil-thinning drugs. But my translucent meat sticks kept going right through them unfazed. I remember thinking, wow, this layout is so retarded. They need to fire the architect responsible, as it made no sense to me as a construct. One day, after these failed assassinations, I get a good look through their window while walking past it, and saw a much different, slightly less retarded layout, different colors, furniture, etc. A lot more hoarding and sad energy somehow as well. I didn't know what to think at the time, due to my struggle with admitting I was possibly putty in demonic hands. But now, I'm owning that phase hard. Bruce states,
What you see in the RTZ is not always what is physically there. Your mind can add things, change things, or create entire scenarios based on subconscious expectations.
This admission destroys the claim that OOBE accesses objective reality. If even the real-time zone includes imaginative overlays, then nothing experienced during projection can be trusted as objective. If consciousness splits and creates separate memory sets, and if the ARTZ includes mental overlays, then how do projectors know what's real versus mentally generated? Bruce's answer is they don't. He recommends reality fluctuation tests to check if you're in objective arts or subjective astral. But if demons control the experience, they can easily make false reality pass reality tests. Bruce's mind split concept suggests that OOBE experiences may be entirely internal, not actual soul travel, but dissociative states where demons impress visions on the split consciousness. The RTZ overlays excuse casts a wide net of dismissal over any potential suspicions that may crop up in your paradox-ridden travels. Robert Bruce, entering paintings.
The projector then moves into the target rather than passing through it. This seems to trick the subconscious mind into creating a virtual astral realm around the projected double, identical to that shown in the picture a mirror being approached. When you project, go towards the poster, keeping your mind blank. Don't think about what you are doing, just gaze at it and move towards it. As you approach it in this way, your subconscious mind will be tricked into creating an astral realm exactly like the poster. Just move up to and into the poster. It is like stepping into another world. Everything in this world will be exactly like in the poster. It will appear to be a normal three-dimensional world, an exact copy indistinguishable from reality. To customize this world, cut and paste small pictures of things or people you want to find in this world with you when you enter it. If you cut out a small picture of someone, living or dead, your subconscious will create a thought form shell of them, and they will be there waiting for you. This may be an excellent way of communicating with those that have died.
Bruce is admitting that projectors can enter entirely fabricated worlds that appear to be normal three-dimensional worlds, indistinguishable from reality, are created by the subconscious mind, when tricked by approaching pictures/paintings, can be customized by literally cutting and pasting images onto a poster beforehand, can include thought form shells of people living or dead that the projector expects to find there. Dog, if your subconscious can effortlessly generate entire three-dimensional worlds indistinguishable from reality, complete with interactive people and full sensory experience, how do you know any astral experience isn't similarly fabricated? Bruce tries to maintain a distinction between real-time zone, supposedly objective reality, astral realms, frequency-based dimensions, and virtual reality projections, admittedly fabricated. But he's already admitted the subconscious generates seamless false realities. This destroys any claim to objectivity in OOBE experiences. What Bruce attributes to subconscious creative power is actually hijacking demons generating VR experiences. When he says, trick your subconscious into creating, he's describing the mental process of giving demons permission through ritual-like setup. The thought form shells of dead people aren't created by your mind. They're impersonating demons who've studied the deceased and can mimic them convincingly. The fact that you can literally customize your astral experience by cutting pictures out and gluing them to posters, cringe-maxing, proves this isn't objective spiritual exploration, but interactive fiction controlled by entities responding to your expectations. He's telling you this can potentially be a way of communicating with the dead. implying he has done this of course, meaning whoever manifested for Robert in the past impersonated this deceased person, convincingly so. I feel like I've seen this concept before. It's the ultimate admission that OOBEs are suggestion-responsive demon theater, not soul travel. Robert Bruce, mirror portals. Avoid windows and mirrors during real-time projections, as well as any other highly reflective surfaces, even still water that is reflecting the sky. Passing through a reflection can shift you out of real time and into a mirror image world, into an anomaly. This is, in principle, very much like how virtual reality projection works. Once inside an anomaly, it can be difficult to return to the true real-time zone without returning to the physical body. Use walls, ceilings, and doors wherever possible to maintain the real-time aspect of your projection. Even looking into a mirror or reflection is a potential hindrance to the integrity of a real-time projection. It is very easy to unintentionally slip into a reflection without noticing the shift out of real time into an anomalous copy of it. I thought this was absolute bologna when I first read it, so just to shit on him, I tried it out one time with a big mirror I had in my old dojo. I confidently slammed into it thinking I would go through it, and the wall ending up outside, but nah. I came out of the other side going away from the mirror in a reverse image of the room I was in. I then thought, oh shit, now I'm gonna be stuck in backward world, which I suppose wouldn't be a big deal. But I was astral panicking, thinking I'd return to a reverse Seth, who's maybe crippled and gay, so I quickly went back through the mirror to get back in my body before I did anything else dumb. And when my girlfriend at the time asks, "What did you do today, honey?" what the frick am I supposed to tell her? I almost got stuck in an adjacent reverse universe, where I would have to learn how to be right-handed and cheat on her with another extremely similar woman. Normies can't handle reverse image world lore. I hate keeping secrets. Bruce's explanation is that this is due to spherical vision, 360-degree awareness without a physical body, causing viewpoint reversals that the subconscious corrects by flipping the environment so left/right makes sense again. Word salad bullshit nonsense to cover up for demons that are creating a convincing simulation that responds to your movements and expectations. When you approach a mirror during OOBE and enter it, you're giving demons a narrative cue they can exploit. They generate a mirrored version of your room because it's theatrically appropriate. It creates disorientation that makes you dependent on guides or techniques to navigate. And it demonstrates their creative power while appearing to follow natural laws of the astral. William Buhlman, Guides Controlling Experiences. William Buhlman's Adventures Beyond the Body, 1996, describes frequent interactions with guides who control and direct OOBE experiences. Buhlman repeatedly encounters beings who tell him where to go, what to experience, and what he's ready to learn. Sound familiar? This is identical to Monroe's InSpec and Leland's guides, entities controlling the narrative and gating information. Buhlman is clear that astral environments instantly respond to thought and expectation. Want to see a beach? It appears. Want to meet someone? They manifest. Want to marry your cousin? There are no laws here. Think maritime law, except you're in another dimension, but it's invisible, and inside your mind, but also none of it's real. You can really go maximum goon out there. So yeah, this instant manifestation sounds cool and awesome, sure, but actually reveals the constructed nature of the experience. If environments respond to thought, how do you know anything exists independently of your mind? Bullman states that the non-physical environment is essentially a consensus reality shaped by thought, meaning there's no objective astral plane, only collectively maintained thought forms. If that's true, then demons, who are vastly more experienced at consciousness manipulation, can easily dominate the consensus and shape what projectors experience. Bullman describes frequency levels, or dimensional layers, extending infinitely, each with different characteristics. But he admits different people experience different numbers of levels and different qualities at each level. These aren't objective dimensions, but personalized constructs tailored to each projector. Bullman's work confirms that OOBE environments are thought-responsive constructs controlled by guides, which from a biblical perspective means demons are crafting personalized VR experiences to build cosmology and maintain elaborate deceptions. The infinite realms aren't real. They are procedurally generated based on the projector's consciousness and the demon's agenda for you. Major contradictions between OOBE practitioners. When comparing different OOBE sources, massive contradictions exist that prove these aren't objective explorations of real spiritual geography. The number of realms varies greatly between various well-known projectors. Monroe describes 3 main locales, 1, 2, 3, plus the interstate and park areas. Bruce describes RTZ plus 7 plus astral planes of increasing vibration. Bullman claims infinite dimensional levels with no clear boundaries. Swedenborg describes 3 heavens, 3 hells, and intermediate world of spirits. If these were objective realms, all practitioners should report the same basic structure. The fact that they don't proves each is experiencing personalized constructs. Monroe and Bruce describes the silver cord as energy connection that can stretch infinitely, with Sylvan Muldoon adding that it's vital in his book, The Projection of the Astral Body, 1929, and you'll die if it's severed. Yet Bullman claims it's a myth created by beginner projectors of fear. Perhaps it is real, but why is it not present for everybody? Does Bullman's assumptions about it not being real lead to the demonic, not showing him his near-death experiences, personalized heavens, and contradictory cosmologies? Christians often report meeting Jesus and seeing biblical heaven. Hindus report seeing Hindu deities and experiencing reincarnation-style review. Atheists report void or naturalistic interpretations. Muslims report Islamic paradise. Many people's NDE matches their pre-existing beliefs, around 70 to 80%, strongly suggesting demons provide culturally appropriate visions rather than showing objective spiritual reality. Around 25% of NDEs include a life review, where the person sees their life from others' perspectives and feels the emotions they caused. This is presented as learning universal love and interconnectedness, but it's actually New Age karma theology being impressed on the dying. No judgment by God, no mention of sin requiring atonement, no hell for the unrepentant, just therapeutic, emotional processing. A decent majority, 60 to 70%, of NDE testimonies conclude concepts in a New Age philosophy such as, all religions lead to God, love is all that matters, and there's no eternal punishment. This directly contradicts scripture, but perfectly matches demonic eschatology, preparing humanity for Antichrist's one-world religion. Around 10 to 20% do promote biblically aligned concept of judgment, yet around 70% of those report it's not eternal. With all the deceptions uncovered so far, the fact that all of these people never completely died or were just having an O.O.B.E. means we can't trust their experiences as valid. While some of them may be the New Age and BST lore being pushed screams demonic hijacking and deception, as this is no different than an astral journey impressed on the temporarily deceased. NDEs are often likely not showing objective reality, but personalized constructs designed to reinforce existing beliefs, if non-threatening to demons, or introduce New Age theology, if the person was biblically grounded. O.O.B are demon-impressed, lucid, dreamlike experiences where entities with millennia of practice create convincing VR simulations to build false cosmology, prepare humanity for deception, and keep practitioners channeling without realizing it. The true way to decipher the reality of an NDE as authentic is by its fruits, and what if it promotes Jesus and Christian cosmology? Not because I'm biased, but because of the total evidence laid out in this book showing that Jesus is the truth, and any experience claiming otherwise come from the same dweebs God is helping me intellectually dominate for 500 pages. Biblical perspective. Forbidden territory. Scripture provides zero precedent for voluntary soul travel or astral exploration as legitimate spiritual practice. When God gave visions, they were involuntary, purposeful, biblically coherent, Christ-centered. The Bible does not directly address the concept of intentional out-of-body travel by any direct naming, but it does name divination and fortune-telling as a forbidden practice, alongside mediumship, sorcery, witchcraft, and magic of any kind. Astral projection is as advanced in the field of sorcery as it gets. Some argue that since God initiated astral travel, or seemingly via visions, then it's okay, but they're retarded and speak lies, of course. But yes, the Bible does describe experiences that some interpret as out of body, though these are always initiated by God rather than self-willed. Like in 2 Corinthians 12:2-4, Paul recounts being caught up to the third heaven or paradise. He's uncertain if in or out of the body, to receive prophetic revelations, serving to defend his apostleship while showing humility and reliance on God's grace to prevent conceit. Then you have Ezekiel's visions, such as in Ezekiel 8:3 and 11:24, involve the Spirit transporting him to witness idolatry in Jerusalem, or symbolic scenes like the Valley of Dry Bones, with purposes to expose sin, pronouncing judgment, and prophesying Israel's restoration and renewal. In Revelation, John is carried in the Spirit to heavenly realms to record apocalyptic messages aimed at encouraging persecuted believers, warning against compromise, and revealing God's ultimate victory and badass judgment. These experiences consistently advance God's redemptive plan through prophetic revelation, correction, and glorification, contrasting undeniably with modern voluntary practices. Only Christ's finished work provides spiritual truth, no trance states, no entity contact, no dimensional exploration needed. And that's what's up.